And is
Are we unmuted? Yeah, we were muted.
Ruth is muted. Okay, I'm gonna start that over. Sorry. Butch Shaw.
Here.
Steve Coop. Okay.
Here.
Lee Cochran. Okay. Justin Simmons.
Here.
Heather Zinkowitz.
Here.
Kim McManus.
Present.
Mike O'Neill.
Here.
Mark Anderson.
Here.
Bob Stebbins.
Here.
Sadie Donovan.
Here.
Kelly Kapoor.
Here.
Tom Chinette.
Here.
One more time, Wade Cochran.
I'm here, Lindsay. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Did I miss anyone online?
I'm here. James Pompround.
Okay,
Thank you, Lindsay. And following the agenda, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda? I believe this is our sole item. Okay, hearing none. I would like to request from both sides a witness list so we can understand time commitment through the day, get a better handle on that.
For the subcommittee, we will be calling Sergeant Jason Fry of the Berry City Police Department, Chief Jennifer Frank of the Milton, Florida Police Department, Chief Braden Vale of the Berry City Police Department, and Lieutenant Mike Ackerland of the Colchester Police Department.
And for Mr. McGowan, we'll be calling Detective Sergeant Deckers of Vermont State Police. We calling retired Colonel Stephen O'Donnell, formerly of the Rhode Island State Police. And we'll be calling James McGowan, Officer James McGowan. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And again, before we move, are there any preliminary issues that we need to resolve, or have they been discussed ahead of time through stipulation, et cetera?
Just one preliminary issue that I did want to place on the record. In speaking with opposing counsel, we have given Chair's Counsel a list of 12 exhibits that I believe are stipulated to, and I will put on the record that the subcommittee stipulates to the admission of all 12.
And that is by agreement.
Thank you very much.
So exhibits 1 through 12 will be admitted.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, we will now turn, well, actually I have one point of order for council members, both here and online. This is a hearing. You are free or not constrained. If you have questions, particularly clarifying questions, you may ask them. I know a number of folks are sitting behind me, but if you can make some noise or raise your hand or something of that nature. And then online, of course, we have the capability of raising our hands, although it's quite small, but I think Austin will keep an eye on that for any hands that are coming up on that screen. Having said that, we'll move to our main item on our agenda, which is VCJC case 2024 2YK4K, the case of James McGowan for unprofessional conduct, category B. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes.
Mr. McGowan's ready.
Are all the witnesses here in person or are some appearing on Teams?
Chief Frank will be appearing remotely.
Just want to make sure the witnesses are sequestered and not participating until it's time to talk.
To be clear, my Stephen O'Donnell, Colonel Stephen O'Donnell is sequestered in a room across the hall. Detective Sergeant Lyle Decker is not present, but should be by noon, and we'll have directly there.
And Sergeant Fry and Lieutenant Ackerland are present here. Chief Vale has not arrived yet because he knew that he was not going to be first up. Though they have been sequestered in classroom 2 here in the fire academy. Both have been instructed not to speak to each other. Both understand the instruction.
Okay, thank you very much. We will proceed with the case presented by the plaintiff. May, Mr. Chair.
There's a hand.
Oh, do we have a hand? Okay. We have a hand. I believe that's Jennifer Frank.
Chief Frank, I have not been placed in sequester.
Okay, we would need to, how do we proceed with that
Do you have a
technically?
breakout room for
Um,
no witnesses? Or a waiting room?
She should not be present.
believe Lindsay would have to, can you move her into a breakout room?
And it's. Shall I rise when I address the council?
It's up to
It's a habit, so
It's up to you.
if it doesn't offend you that I continue to do it, I'll do it as long as my sore foot will bear. I will be starting with openings. I heard you mention that they'll
Yes.
start their case, but we'll start
Yes,
with openings.
opening, yes, but succinct openings. As chair, I will look for a 5 to 10 minute opportunity.
Rather being so
Understood.
quick.
If there's not another virtual room, is there a way to just leave the Teams meeting and then call or text?
We can do that if that would work easier, just so we don't.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Chief Frank, virtual room has been created, so you should be getting a link any moment, and we'll have to leave this, which I just believe she did. So, is she left?
I
Yes,
believe
she-
so, yeah.
She's sequestered in room 1.
Okay, virtual sequestration. Okay, thank you very much. Counselor Burkett, you may proceed with your open.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the council. So this morning and all day, we're going to be hearing the matter of Henry James McGowan. The accusation made by the Professional Regulation Subcommittee, who I represent today, is that Mr. McGowan committed unprofessional conduct category B as defined in statute 20 VSA section 2401 by using excessive force beyond what is appropriate in the statewide model policy and the Berry City Police Department policy. So what did he do? Well, as you will see and as you will learn and as you will hear, the facts on the day are not very contested. What you will hear is that on or about December the 20th of 2024, Mr. McGowan, then an officer with Berry City PD, was on routine patrol during the day when he and other officers were called to the scene of a disturbance in Berry City. When they arrived, they did not find the disturbance between 4 individuals. That was the report. So they fanned out to look. And as they were doing so, Mr. McGowan heard one of his fellow officers, then Corporal, now Sergeant Fry, indicate that he had just had contact with a man named Brandon Carbo and had developed probable cause for disorderly conduct. Mr. Carbo had fled from him. As he was getting this information and more information, he observed a gentleman flee across the street from the direction that Sergeant Fry had told him that Carbo had fled. He parked his police cruiser, exited his cruiser, and gave chase, giving verbal commands for that individual to stop. That pursuit went behind or started to go behind a house, and in a narrow confines between a house and a fence, an area that you will see from the body cam footage is choked with vines as well as with rolls of chicken wire fencing. Mr. McGowan caught up with the individual who he then visually identified from prior police contacts, a man he knew to be Brandon Carbo, a man who is well known to Berry City Police Department, well known to Mr. McGowan as a person with whom police have had frequent interactions. And indeed, you will learn that Mr. McGowan had interacted with him before the 20th, just 2 days before, when he arrested him on a site release warrant. You'll learn that the reputation of Mr. Carbo was that he's a runner, but not that he's a fighter, and not that he carries weapons. And that there was no evidence, no report that he either was carrying a weapon or that he had been violent that day. We'll see Mr. McGowan on his body-worn camera footage stop the pursuit by pushing Mr. Carbo to the ground. Then you will see immediately afterwards, without giving any verbal command, without making any attempt to subdue with anything else, Mr. McGowan leaping upon Mr. Carbo and with a fist striking him in the face, not once, but multiple times, again and again and again, in what was a rapid fire attack, causing abrasions, causing a bloody jaw, not taking any time in between these strikes to determine whether these strikes had subdued the subject, and then striking him in the back of the head as well. You will see footage continue to show that he then got control of his arm, then decided to turn him over, shouting for assistance, for his radio had been dislodged from his shoulder where it was mounted. Finally, officers came and he was able to handcuff him, although you'll hear about how that handcuffing went. The handcuffing is not what we'll hear about. And finally, he was taken into custody. You are going to hear from Chief Jennifer Frank, the IA investigator. You're going to hear from Lieutenant Mike Ackerland, who performed an independent analysis. Lieutenant Ackerland, you will learn, has been a use of force instructor for over 20 years, has been a master instructor for nearly a decade, has taught at this academy for more than a decade, the recruits who come out of our basic academy level 3. And you will hear their conclusions and their opinion that this attack, this closed fist strike, again and again and again to the face and mouth of Brandon Carbo was not in line with training, it's not in line with policy, and was in fact excessive use of force. At the end of this council proceeding, when all the testimony is before you, what will be clear is that on December the 20th of 2024, Mr. McGowan, without giving Mr. Carbo any opportunity to simply surrender, without giving him any opportunity to simply lay down and stop, attacked him, caused him injury, struck him to the point of bleeding, and made no effort to de-escalate before that happened. What will be clear is that he did in fact use excessive force in capturing Brandon Carbo on December the 20th, and therefore, by a preponderance of evidence, committed category B unprofessional conduct. Thank you.
Counselor?
You don't mind if I rise? Thank you.
Please.
2.5 minutes. That's the amount of time we're talking about over the next several hours. We're going to hear from a total of 7 witnesses who themselves spent hundreds of hours poring over the body-worn camera that James McGowan had the presence of mind and training to make sure recorded this entire interaction. Those 2.5 minutes, as Mr. Burkett said, it is largely undisputed what you see on the camera. But interestingly, you are going to note that the witnesses will disagree about what they see. And in some ways, you might consider it a Rorschach test. You see what you want to see when you look at a video. It's certainly going to be my role throughout this hearing to highlight those portions of the video that we think are important and maybe even different than the conclusions drawn by Mr. Burkett and his witnesses. For example, Mr. Burkett just made the claim that there was no attempt at de-escalation. I will argue and try to point out on the video 30 verbal commands to stop resisting, get your hands off me, don't touch me, all of which occurred in those 2.5 minutes. That's 1 every 5 seconds. You will also note that at all times, it is undisputed by the witnesses, starting with I think it's now a Sergeant Fry. Originally, I think at this time he was a corporal. Corporal Fry, Sergeant Fry is the first on the scene. And he orders repeat offender Brandon Carbo to stop, and repeat offender Brandon Carbo does what he does. He runs. Sergeant Fry does not engage in pursuit. Instead, he calls. And unlike what we heard, it's a 4-person disorderly conduct. The call is domestic physical altercation involving 4 people. And the significance of a domestic physical altercation will be a feature of what we intended to point out to you today. He's also going to report that he pursued him, and in flight, Mr. Carbo unlawfully entered an occupied residence to escape police custody. That he ran in the back door of 24 Maple Street. 24 Maple Street at the time was occupied by 2 people. Now, there are 2 significant features of 24 Maple Street that we need you to understand the appropriate totality of the circumstances. First, 24 Maple Street is, just like Mr. Carbo, well known to the Barre City Police Department. Just a couple days prior, almost everybody you'll hear from was there executing a warrant because this is a drug house, and those are known drug users and distributors. And there are unique safety concerns that arise when someone has access to a drug house. Those safety concerns include access to weapons, recruiting additional people that might assist you in your escape. And all of those things were known to Officer McGowan as he's approaching. How do we know that? Because we have the computer-assisted dispatch display from Valcor, which reflects what was being reported in real time as he was responding to that call. Once Officer McGowan is on scene, it is undisputed that this amazing training tool produced by you good folks will be the most relevant piece of repeated evidence you'll see today. This is called the use of force dashboard, and it's something that every officer in the state of Vermont has witnessed and has observed and has tried to internalize. And on the right side of this, you'll see that an officer makes an assessment, and on the left side, it dictates response. Every witness, including the experts, will agree that the entire time Mr. McGowan's on scene, Mr. Carbo was at least engaged in active resistance. Active resistance is defined by you good folks as pulling away, escaping, struggling, and not complying on physical contact where injury is less likely. So what has Mr. McGowan been trained, and what will I be asking each and every witness the state presents to you about? What is the yellow response he's allowed to use? OC spray, impact weapon, that's a baton. Empty-handed control hold. We will show you in the video that that is actually the first physical contact between Mr. McGowan and the suspect. And empty-handed strikes, or what are being called the unjustified 4 or 5 front punches. That's right. We are going to contend that every witness will tell you that the training dashboard will confirm that the entire time, at a minimum, Mr. Carbo was engaged in active resistance, and that Mr. McGowan's use of force was explicitly detailed as an appropriate use of force on the training that he received. Not everybody can agree on everything, and although Mr. Burkett and I have had a wonderful relationship since we met a few months ago, we're going to dispute on whether it stayed active resistance, because our position is that it didn't. When Brandon Carbo tells Detective Sergeant Lyle Decker, who we're calling as a witness, Detective Sergeant Lyle Decker was a Vermont State Trooper that was assigned originally to investigate this use of force. And he's going to tell you that he sees no excessive use of force, and that he reviewed the video meticulously, and then he reviewed it with his supervisor, and then he reviewed it with the state's attorney, and all 3 of them concurred. But they still wanted to be thorough enough so you good people could make a good choice. So they went out and they interviewed Brandon Carbo, something Jennifer Frank never did. And they went out and they interviewed him. And even Brandon Carbo tells you in that interview with Decker, yeah, I was flailing my arms, I was kicking around. He contends that he has a seizure disorder, and that may have contributed to it. We'll try to address that. It certainly wasn't something that was readily apparent to an observer on the video. But Mr. Carbo did say it during that day, right after he said, when Officer McGowan, you'll hear him say on the video, stop resisting, stop fighting. And does Mr. Carbo's physical resistance, do you have to draw those inferences? No, because we're going to repeat the play where he says, no, I will not stop. Not only does he physically resist, he says he intends to not stop resisting. He uses those words. As soon as those strikes are delivered, you heard the contention that he didn't de-escalate. He actually turns down the volume. You'll watch Officer McGowan turn back and return to an empty-handed control technique, just laying his weight on him, telling him to stop resisting, continuing to give him instructions. That was a de-escalation that happened after what is being described as the offensive use of force. Detective Decker is going to explain to you how he drew his conclusions and why. Chief Frank will do the same. But you will not be hearing from an important witness that helped Chief Frank draw those conclusions. That would be now Detective Nick Stewart, who used to work for this austere organization before he went to the Rutland Police Department. But Detective Stewart's report makes abundantly clear that in his task, he was limited. And we will contend he was limited beyond what was reasonable because he was not allowed to view anything but the video camera. Only the body worn camera. And he underlines in his report how restrictive and how, as all of us know, because it's in every slide, totality of the circumstances is the only way to assess the appropriateness of use of force. So we're not going to hear from Nick Stewart, but we're going to hear from Detective Decker. And you can expect that I will confront Chief Frank with her decision to limit Mr. Stewart's review and her decision to rely not only on his conclusions, which he acknowledged were premised on an inaccurate assessment of how you determine reasonableness, but unfortunately also made some factual misunderstanding. And when we get through the government's witnesses, that's when you're going to hear from ours. Ours are first Detective Sergeant Lyle Decker, who will explain to you his process. Then you're going to hear from retired Colonel Stephen O'Donnell. Colonel O'Donnell rose to the ranks to lead the Rhode Island State Police in a 34-year law enforcement career, has reviewed thousands of use of force assessments, and he has concluded that this was a reasonable use of force. And he will make the case to you that active resistance in this case brought all the way up to deadly aggression when, and you will see it in the video, you will see the still photos, that Mr. Carbo actually reaches to the weapons belt of Mr. McGowan and tries to disarm him. You will see a hand next to the word SIG, and that hand will be the hand of Brandon Carbo. At the end of this, we're going to ask you not to forget that at all times, this slide told that man that in the face of active resistance, empty-handed strikes was a reasonable use of force. And to the extent you need the totality of the circumstances to confirm that, we will spend the next 6 or 7 hours trying to show that to you. And the last thing I'll say, because I understand that I've abandoned the conciseness mandate that I got, is this. 2.5 minutes. We're going to spend 6 hours breaking apart every second of decisions and threats and training and thousands of pages of historical understanding of his obligations that man had to process in seconds. On a day just like that, with snow just like that, on ground just like that. And when we're done, we hope you conclude what Detective Decker concluded, what Colonel O'Donnell concluded, that this was a reasonable and necessary use of force for that officer to defend himself on that day. Thank you.
Sir. Okay, we will now move to the presentation of case of evidence.
I call Sergeant Jacob Fry of Berry City Police Department.
Mrs. Gedda. See the key. David.
Good morning. Morning. Please raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you state your full name and spell your last name for our record, please?
My full name is Jacob Fry, F-R-E-Y.
And while it's obvious from the uniform, are you employed, sir?
I am.
Where you work?
I work for the City of Berry Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer for the city of Berry?
Since April of 2018 at Berry City. I was previously an officer for a couple other departments.
Where were you previously?
I was previously with Berrytown Police. I still work part-time penalty, and I started as a deputy with Orange County Sheriff's.
When did you receive your level 3 law enforcement certification?
I believe in November of 2012.
Have you been continuously certified throughout that time?
Yes,
I'd like to take you to December the 20th of last year. Were you working on that day?
yes.
What was the shift that you were working? And what are the hours of that shift?
I believe day shift, which is 0800 to 1700 hours.
And for people like me who have struggled with military time,
5 p.m.
thank you. I'm going to take you to about 2:17 in the afternoon. At that time, were you and other officers dispatched to respond to an altercation in Berry City?
I believe so. I don't know the exact times or any of that, but
What do you recall? What do you recall the information that you had that you were being dispatched to? What kind of case was it?
the initial call was for 2 men and 2 women, I believe, fighting. I believe there was a couple of complaints of that. I believe it was on North Main Street.
Where did you go at that point?
We responded to the area.
Upon arrival at North Main Street, what did you observe?
We didn't find anybody.
When you didn't find anybody, what did you do in particular?
We patrolled around the area looking for other people who may have been involved.
As you looked around, did you encounter anyone?
I did encounter Brandon Carbo and Kristen Doucette.
And do you know who those people?
I do.
At that point, did you know who those people were?
Yes.
And you had prior law enforcement conduct. Let's
Yes.
focus on Mr. Carbo with Brandon Carbo.
Yes.
What was he known for around amongst the police office?
He was mainly known for panhandling. We get a lot of complaints for panhandling and just approaching people, asking for money.
Did he have a reputation, or was there information that he was combative or assaultive towards law enforcement during your encounters?
Not at that time, to my knowledge, to my recollection. I don't recall, that.
And did he have a reputation for carrying weapons at that time?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Specific, I guess my question is was there on December the 20th, anything about what you knew about him that would heighten the level of risk to law enforcement officers in interacting with him?
Oh, well, I think he was a known drug user to us. So, I mean, people who do use crack cocaine can be erratic at times.
Okay. What during this first of all, where did you encounter Mr. Carbo and Ms. Doucette?
I believe it was near Summer Street. I don't recall I had a conversation with them. They denied that they were involved. I suspected that they were involved. They were like half of the 2 men and the 2 women fighting. It sounded like 2 couples, like a male, female fighting with another male, female. I suspected that they were half of that is what I was suspecting. They denied, but they also said that they had heard the fight or had seen the fight. They feel. I believe they, in my opinion, they probably were not telling me the truth. They probably were the ones involved.
What was their manner and demeanor like as they were talking with you?
At that point, they were pretty decent with me. It was just like I rolled up. I think I had a conversation with them. They denied that they were the ones involved in it, and I let them go on their way.
During this first encounter, did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Carbo specific?
Yeah, I mean,
was he combative with you or confrontational in your interaction?
no, I think she, from what I recall, she was a lot more pleasant to deal with than he was. But I don't think he wanted to interact. That's the feeling I got anyway.
Did you observe any weapons on his person?
I did not.
Did you see anything about Mr. Carbo during this first interaction that made you feel unsafe or that others around him were unsafe?
I think it was just like I rolled up and I talked to them. I'm not even sure I got out of my cruiser, to quite a bit.
So essentially, this was a nothing encounter. It was quick, over and a few, like a minute. Yeah, that'd be a fair description.
Yeah,
Nothing about it led you to think I need to take further steps or further actions towards Carbo or Doucette.
not at that point, no.
And did you radio anything about this first encounter with Carbo to your fellow officers?
I don't recall if I did. I might have.
Did you, after leaving the two of them, did you return to the two of them?
I think we got another complaint of a male and female fighting on Summer Street.
Right where you left them?
Yes, yes. And I think I said on the radio, that's going to be Brandon Carbo and Kristen Doucette. I don't know for a fact that I said that. I think I indicated it was them. They're, like I said, they are who I originally thought the original complaint was about. So I returned.
As you roll up, what did you observe of Mr. Carbo and Mr.
I observed Mr. Carbo yelling at Kristen Doucette, and he was pointing and in her face, and it looked like they were at very minimum having a verbal altercation. It looked like it was about to turn physical.
Did you at any point observe it to turn physical?
I did not.
Did you at any point observe either of them to strike the other?
No, I did not.
So what did you do as you rolled up and you observed this?
I got out of my cruiser to address the situation.
Okay, and as you got out of your cruiser, what did Mr. Doucette and Mr. Carbo do?
Mr. Carbo took off running.
Okay.
So
As he took off running, what, if anything, did you do towards Mr. Carbo?
I yelled for him to stop, I think several times.
I'm guessing he didn't.
He did not.
Okay. And similarly, at this point, as you're seeing him pointing and shouting at Miss or Doucette, thank you. Did you observe him to have any weapons on his person?
I did not.
Did you observe him to make any gesture that would be perceived as a threat? I mean, when you say he's pointing, is he pointing as I'm pointing at you now? Or was he pointing more like, making the finger gun thing?
I struck me as that he was pointing and he was leaning in and she was almost like backing up type deal, and it like he was in her face.
Was she shouting as well back at him?
I don't recall.
Okay.
She looked a little, I would say scared, so.
So at the time that Mr. Carbo takes off running and does not heed your instruction not to run and to come back, did you believe you had probable cause to detain Mr. Carbo for a crime?
I believe he was being disorderly.
And what level of crime is disorderly conduct?
In my opinion, well, I know for a fact it's a misdemeanor crime.
So when you saw Mr. Carbo running away from you, did you immediately give chase?
No, I did not.
What did you do instead?
I had a conversation with Kristen about, you guys are out here fighting in the streets. People are calling. It's disrupting the peace, and I explained to her what disorderly conduct was. And I was like, people are complaining. It's interrupting other people, good people out here.
So I'm going to describe this as you gave her a verbal warning to desist disorderly conduct in the future.
Yeah.
Okay.
Encouraged her to behave in a more appropriate manner.
Okay. Without telling us any specifics as to what Ms. Doucette said back to you, at the end of the conversation, did you believe that Mr. Carbo had been violent or committed any form of assault or any other crime at that point vis-a-vis Ms. Doucette?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
There was some, when someone runs away from you, like, why are you running from the police?
Sure.
But nothing that I would,
So why not give chase at that point?
Why not give chase after I got done finishing with Kristen?
Yes.
I mean, he had disappeared. He ran off and I was dealing with her, and I did follow, I believe Officer Real got on scene with me, and there was tracks that was snow was freshly falling and there was tracks, so we followed the tracks.
So fairly easy to find the direction he had been going.
Yes.
And it was through following those tracks that you learned that he'd entered a residence,
Yep, the residence is well known to us.
24 Maple Street.
I believe so.
Spoke to the residents of 24 Maple Street,
Yes.
and that's how you learned that he'd run through.
Yeah, we knocked on the door. You want me to describe that?
Please.
No. Knocked on the door. I heard a disturbance inside, like yelling. And then I think it was Dana Hill and Mariah Ford were inside the residence. I don't know which one came to the door and was like, he just ran through our house. And I'm like, I thought, I was under the opinion that to us, it's a well-known drug house. And I thought he just ran there to get away from me. He knew the people there and they denied it. Dana said he knew him because he had stayed at a hotel where his sister had stayed at a hotel and Brandon Carbo used to bum cigarettes off of him. Mariah Ford denied that she even knew who he was.
Okay. At any time, did you alert other officers that Mr. Carbo would have had a weapon?
No, I don't believe so.
At any time, did you alert other officers that Carbo had been violent?
No, I did, I think, call on the radio and say he just unlawfully trespassed through a residence, which is a felony.
Okay. Aside from that, did you alert other officers at any time that Carbo was some form of heightened threat to officer safety?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you encounter Mr. Carbo again that same day?
Yes.
Where did you encounter him?
So I had gone, his tracks led to the back door of this residence, knocked on the back door. They told me he ran out the front door. I believe Officer McGowan and Officer Reel did observe Brandon Carbo running. I believe Officer McGowan gave chase. He radioed that he was chasing Mr. Carbo. We lost radio communications. During that, didn't know his exact location. I knew a general area, so I was out on foot and I was looking for Officer McGowan. He wasn't answering me on the radio. I could hear him yelling. I could hear it sounded like there was a struggle going on. Eventually I located them in the backyard. I don't remember, on Maple Avenue. I don't remember the exact address. When I did initially see them, Officer McGowan was fighting with Brandon Carbo. There was some chicken wire and bushes through there's this little entryway into the backyard. And I went around because I didn't think I was going to make it through the chicken wire.
When you next saw Mr. Carbo, was he already in handcuffs?
I believe so. After that,
And did you observe his physical condition?
yes, I did.
What did you observe that was different than before?
He had some blood from his face and appeared to have incurred some injuries during when he was resisting arrest.
You observed him resisting.
I did observe him resisting when I looked through there, I saw Officer McGowan on top of him. It looked like he had his hands, but I could see that Brandon Carbo was kicking at him with his feet. And then later on, Officer Reel and Officer McGowan had led him to Officer Reel's cruiser. It was parked in a driveway of one of the residents on Maple Ave. And when I was walking up, I observed Brandon actually kick out, that cow kick out at Officer McGowan.
Did Officer McGowan explain to you how Mr. Carbo received the injuries you observed?
I believe so, but I don't recall that conversation. Exactly.
What is the best that you can recollect that Mr. McGowan said as to how Mr. Carbo got those injuries?
I think I just observed the injuries and made the decision like, hey, we need to get a medical. I think I ordered Officer Reel to take him directly to the fire station. so that EMS could look at them. That's the way I recall.
You recall Mr. McGowan telling you how Mr. Carbo got those injuries?
I'm sure he told me at some point. I don't recall exactly that conversation.
To the best of your recollection, how did Mr. McGowan describe how Mr. Carbo got the injuries?
He was resisting arrest, and I don't, like I said, I don't recall exactly how he got those. At this point, I don't recall.
I have no further questions for you, Sergeant. Mr. Milligan over there might have questions.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
My name's Len Milligan. I have a few questions for you about December 20th, okay? You were in essence the first to arrive, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And when we say first to arrive, that's because you were dispatched to that area, right?
Which part are we talking about?
December 20th, 2024, when you responded to 162 North Main Street after 3 calls from 911 were placed. You remember that?
I knew there was several calls, yeah. Yeah.
And those calls described a physical altercation between 4 adults, 2 men, 2 women, right?
I believe so.
And the word, you have something called the computer assisted display in your cruiser. That's what you were in that day?
We have those, yes.
Yeah. And that sometimes has a transcript of what you're receiving over the radio, right?
Yes.
And what you receive over the radio is meant to give you that pertinent information about some of the questions you were asked about, what threats might be present or why you're going, right?
Yeah.
And what you heard was 21. What does 21 mean when you hear a call of 21? It's a radio. It's a sig. Can I approach? I'm showing you something from what's been previously stipulated to be exhibit number 4. This is a printout of a computer-assisted display found in your Valcor system.
Yeah.
Does that look familiar to you?
But yeah, it looks like what comes out about.
You see a lot of this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
And if I'm reading this right, would you agree with me that at the bottom it has the date? It says the name Patty Ryan. It says 12/20/24, 1406. Am I right? Or 1408?
I was gonna say, I'm not wearing my
The glasses
glasses,
are
but
over
it
there.
looks like
It
14.
says 1408, right?
Yeah, I may need to borrow your glasses.
And it says caller advised, lots of yelling, male and female, right?
Yes,
And then the next entry is is less than a minute later. It says 21 from Studio Place Arts advised 4 people physical altercation. 1 female with red hair, another female with a purple jacket, 1 male in an orange jacket, and another male with a beard and mustache. Second call regarding with a phone number that we won't put on this record regarding the altercation as well. Says that right?
yes.
So, and then the last one you see there is male from that call, recites domestic in front of errands.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Remind me how long you've been on the force?
Well, since 2010, so I've been a police officer.
2010, so 15 years. What's the significance when you receive information that there's a domestic physical altercation? Does domestic mean something to you in terms of what you should be preparing for to address?
Yes,
What does it mean?
we may be involved in a physical altercation also.
Is it fair to say that domestics are considered a very high risk situation for officers?
Absolutely.
And isn't it a fact that 10% of all officer deaths nationally are from responding to domestic calls?
I
Object to this.
Okay.
Hey.
Have you ever been trained to go into a domestic situation with particular concern for your safety?
absolutely.
This was December 20th of 2024.
Yes,
Have you heard the name Captain Gray? Captain Jason Gray.
yes,
Did you hear it on December 13th of 2024 when he was shot responding to a domestic call?
Object.
Whether it's relevant to the state of mind of officers responding to a domestic that a week before it had happened, I would argue it's incredibly relevant.
How is it relevant to this officer? If it were in the mind of Mr. McGowan, it might go to his state of mind for the purposes of excessive force.
Is the witness aware of that incident?
yes,
I think it's reasonable to proceed, so I don't get any objection.
yes.
So a week before this, responding to a domestic in St. Johnsbury, Vermont, an officer was shot, right? Yeah. And a week later, you are responding to a domestic too, right? This domestic.
Yes,
And for that it was put over the broadcast, over the dispatch, that this was a domestic incident.
yes.
Right. And,
Well, I don't know for sure. I mean, that's what, I don't know what, we got an altercation.
Yeah.
Two individuals too, and then it sounded like there was a domestic on Summer Street, so.
physical altercation,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And a domestic from the same caller that reported that physical altercation, right?
Without listening to the tapes, I can't tell you exactly what were told.
The tapes also are the image or the information reflected on those tapes is also in this computer assisted dispatch Valport, right?
The tapes?
No, the substance of what's communicated,
Yes, but I think, yes,
right?
yes,
And domestic is an important word to know when you're responding to a call, right?
yes.
Do you know, Alyssa Pretty?
Yes.
Is she a dispatcher?
Yeah, she's my dispatcher.
And she's a competent dispatcher?
Yes,
So when she put domestic in there, that was significant to you.
it would be significant to me, yes.
And you responded to the scene, like I said, you were one of the first people there, right? And you had an interaction with Mr. Carbo.
Yes,
You were asked a lot about whether he had a weapon on. Right?
yes.
You didn't pat frisk him.
I didn't,
You did not pat frisk him, did you? That morning? When you arrived on
and it had like the consensual conversation.
Yeah, exactly. During that, you didn't jump out and say, just before we talk, I'm just gonna pat you down.
Yeah, no, I think I rolled it down the window of my cruiser, which.
Sure. I think nobody's challenging whether it's reasonable for you to do this.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get these facts on the record.
Okay.
You were asked questions about your capacity to communicate what he had for weapons, and now I'm asking whether you investigated them.
If he had, no, I didn't investigate him having weapons.
Okay, and he had would you agree he had a blue down puffy jacket on?
I believe so. When he was running, he threw something down. I thought it was a bag. It turned out it was a jacket. For some reason, he took his jacket off while running and threw it down on the ground and kept on running to.
And did you notice that when you were following the footsteps through the snow?
Yeah, and then I thought it was a bag.
Yeah.
I suspected maybe he's getting rid of something, and that's why he threw it down. When we got there, we saw it was a jacket.
And you mentioned that you followed the footprints through the snow. We don't have body worn camera for you that morning, do we? Or that afternoon, do we?
No, I had forgotten my body camera.
Okay, so-
Okay,
I'm not.
we're supposed to wear them. I'm wearing it right now. Every time I go back to my office, I dock my camera,
Yeah,
let it down.
Get charged or whatever.
And we got a call for 4 people fighting. There was multiple calls. I ran out of the office. It's on me. I forgot my camera.
Okay,
And I think I even called out on the radio. I said, I forgot my camera.
Sure.
When I got a statement from Mariah Ford about Brandon Carbo trespassing into the house, I actually had Officer McGowan go with me because he was wearing his body.
you know right where I was going,
Oh,
right?
no,
We'll
I
get there.
didn't, but yeah, okay.
Let me just reassure you, I'm not trying to trick you here. I'm just trying to get to the facts from that morning.
No, but I made a mistake. So.
And when you followed those footprints through the snow, you saw that they entered the rear of 24 Maple Street.
Yeah, yes,
And you learned from the occupants that he was not invited in. That was their claim, at least.
yes,
Right? So you drew the conclusion he'd committed felony trespass.
yes,
You're familiar with the concept of exigent circumstances.
yes,
You're allowed to enter a dwelling, for example, even though the Fourth Amendment tells you not to, because there might be a risk to the occupants inside by a fleeing suspect.
yes,
That might even be considered one of those classic exigent circumstances, right?
yes.
You didn't go into 24 Maple.
I did not because, to be perfectly honest, I know Brandon Carbo to be a drug user. I know that to be a drug house. I thought he was a guest there. I was actually surprised when I learned they were like, Mariah Ford said, I came out of the bathroom, there's this guy,
Yeah.
in my house. And I'm just like, what? And so that,
Well, teach me a little bit about that. You said you know they're drug users. Is that because you've responded to drug-related criminal allegations at that home?
yeah, we search warrants on the residence.
Yes. And when you serve a search warrant, are there any particular things you do to ensure your own safety before you enter a home like that? What do you do?
We wear tactical gear. We come up with a plan on how we're gonna execute the search warrant.
Does the plan include selecting a time that would be advantageous to police safety?
Absolutely.
And does it include a specific protocol for who will breach and who will
Yeah.
follow?
Yeah.
Right? And that's all for officer safety.
Yes.
And you had none of that, the benefit of none of that day, right?
No.
So among those factors, you decided not to enter 24 Maple.
Yeah. Based on, I was gonna have a conversation like have Brandon come out is what the conversation was.
Sure.
I know he ran from me. We need to put this to bed. You know, him being disorderly out in the streets is not acceptable in the city of Barry.
You know, that's interesting. You say disorderly. Is there a policy about whether someone has to get arrested when you respond to a domestic call?
I've worked for an agency that had a policy. Some domestics, for example, if we can't determine who the dominant aggressor is, we write it up and send it to the state's attorneys for review. Some come in as domestics, you get there and they won't allege an assault even happen, you know? So, we do the best we can, but I think
In this case, I don't mean to interrupt you. Please finish your answer.
No, I think, you know, we look at over 50% of our domestics that we do make arrests end up in dismissals because the victim recants. You know, I'm not saying we shouldn't do, like,
Sure.
absolutely, we should do our job. you
Sure.
know,
And in this case, though, you did see what you described as Mr. Carbo aggressively pointing in the face of Ms. Doucette, right?
Yeah, I did.
And her, at least her upper body, your
It
judgment
looked
was
like she was
retreating a bit.
intimidated by him in fear, you know, so.
So would it be fair to say that was another basis for which you could have arrested Mr. Carbo that day?
Yes.
So in addition to those two bases that we've established that existed on Main Street, that would be the disorderly, the yelling that you witnessed, the domestic, those are two arrestable offenses. What about the significance of you saying stop and him running? Was that also something that gave you justification in pursuing him?
I don't think it gives justification for an arrest. I think it gives justification to investigate the matter.
So you did level 3 training here at the academy, right?
Yes.
And you also have an annual refresher that's conducted by Barry City Police,
Annual refresher.
an annual use of force training.
Yes.
It's a 3-hour training,
I think it's
PowerPoint
6
thing.
hours.
6 hours, but there's some PowerPoint in there, right?
It wasn't for ours.
What was yours?
So, I mean, we went through OC and, you know, taser training and then handcuffing techniques and, yeah, so,
When you say does include de-escalation techniques? Do you have memory of being trained on de-escalation techniques by the Barry City Police Department?
I can't say that we had, per se, just a de-escalation. I think it's part of use of force.
And one of the primary de-escalation techniques you'll recall from training is something called officer presence, right? Being there in uniform is in and of itself a show of force and meant to de-escalate the situation, right? Officer presence is
Sometimes it makes it worse. So I don't know.
I think that's a very practical thing, but you would agree with me that that's the training, right? That officer presence is part of de-escalation.
Yeah, try and put an end to whatever's going on that's, you know, disturbing the peace.
Sure. And then another de-escalation technique is verbal commands, right?
Yes,
And verbal commands are meant to clearly express what you want the suspect to do.
yes,
For example, you yelled to Mr. Carbo to stop, right?
yes,
And Mr. Carbo didn't do that, right?
he did not.
And would your training then tell you that that is what we call active resistance?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
So from the moment you saw him, I'm now understanding you might have uttered that stop order on Summer Street. Is that fair to say?
yes,
When you saw him on Summer Street, he began active resistance when you told him stop and he engaged in flight, right?
you could look at it that way. It could be viewed that way. I don't know if a judge would view it that way, but.
Sure. Well, I don't either.
So,
I'm just here trying to work through that day with you. And it sounds to me like you agree that that was active resistance.
yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. And then when he committed felony trespass entering during that flight, that was the third arrestable offense?
I would say that was the icing on the cake. If you get what I'm saying, is like, we need to take him into custody.
And and you agree, at that moment, Mr. Carbo had to be taken into custody.
That was my thought.
His flight had entered an occupied dwelling.
Yes,
Would you consider that a risk to the public?
yes,
And when he entered that occupied dwelling, he then fled even that occupied dwelling, right?
yes.
Let's just spend another moment on 24 Maple Street. Known drug house. Have you ever heard the wisdom that sometimes firearms are found in known drug houses?
Yes.
Yeah. And access to weapons is something you particularly plan for when you worry about entering a drug house.
Yes.
And you saw Mr. Carbo enter and learned that he fled from 24 Maple Street.
Yes.
So your training as of that day and that morning would have included knowing that he entered a place where he can access weapons.
Yes.
In addition to knowing that, you also were likely aware that there were other people in that home, specifically Miss Ford and Mr. Hill.
Yes.
You've had interactions with them before.
Yes. They're no.
And you drew the conclusion that they might have actually been they might have been even invited him, or at least otherwise acquiesced, at least originally.
Originally, yes.
Because you made a conclusion based on your experience that they might be willing to assist Mr. Carbo in his escape from police.
Yes. Yes. Originally, yes.
So after he left 24 Maple, that's Mr. Carbo, you don't see him again for a while, fair to say?
Yeah. I mean, yes. It's not hours, but a few minutes.
Yeah. And as you get over onto, you eventually end up on Maple Street, right?
Well, Maple Ave. It was all.
Maple Ave, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It was all 24 Maple Ave, and where he was arrested was in the backyard of the Maple Ave.
That was 31 Maple Ave, is it?
I believe so. Yeah.
That's another residence
Yes.
that Mr. Carbo ran toward.
I don't know, like, I could tell you what I saw on the body camera from my officers later on, but
Sure.
I can tell you, I did not see Brandon Carbo flee the residence. I was at the back door. He ran out the front door. They came to the back door. They said, hey, he just ran out the front door.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, and then they're like, and she was like, who is this? Like, I forget what she said exactly, but she indicated she didn't even know who he was. And Dana Hill said he did know who he was, but he was not even really acquaintance, just other than he used to bump cigarettes off.
Yeah. And you actually learned that on the body cam that we can all we're likely to see. Did you learn that before that as well?
I think what I wanted was to get a verbal statement for
Sure.
the criminal case, and that's why I brought Officer McGowan back
Yep.
and had them tell me. I think they did tell me.
And your view is what we'll hear from them on that video is largely similar to what you heard at the back door.
But yes,
And then you mentioned that once you were over on Maple Ave, you did eventually find where Officer McGowan was,
yes,
right? And it was between a stockade fence and a house,
yes,
right? And there were footprints in the snow that might have assisted you in locating them. Fair to say?
I think it was the yelling.
The yelling. And when you say yelling, it was Officer McGowan yelling for help, right?
I believe so.
Because his microphone had become detached and he could no longer access it,
Yes.
right? So that would
I
explain
believe
the
that.
radio silence you mentioned as well.
Yeah, I was calling to him on the radio. To be perfectly honest, I was freaking out a little bit. Okay, so
Because a fellow officer had pursued a suspect, right?
yes,
And now you've lost radio contact.
yes.
And to your knowledge, that fellow officer has no backup.
He didn't. There's only the three of us on. Officer Real tells me he's in the cruiser looking for him. I'm on foot looking for him.
So this was a moment of concern for you.
Yes, very much so.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the circumstances known to you at the time indicated a pretty substantial risk.
Yes,
And once you got around that stockade bench, you made a visible observation of both Mr. McGowan and Mr. Carbo. Is that right?
I did.
And among the things you observed was Mr. Carbo kicking and flailing.
It appeared to be kicking out. It appeared that Officer McGowan had Brandon Carbo's arms controlled.
Mhm.
And and was kicking. At that point, I was trying to weigh the risk versus benefit, crashing through this fence, getting possibly hurt myself, you know, and I'm not a small guy. And so I ran around. Officer Real had arrived on scene, I believe, and I'm just,
Sure.
you know, and he went through there, and so he beat me actually to
To the other
actual
individuals, to
physical-
McGowan and Carbo.
Yes.
But when you say that you didn't think you could get through there, you mentioned chicken wire, right?
It struck me that there was some wire there. There's brush and everything.
A lot of obstacles.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure that I was going to get through there fairly unscathed.
I approach. I'm showing you a still photograph from what's been marked as an exhibit, Ms. McGowan's body cam video, which is exhibit. Help me out. 6. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Recognize that?
Yeah, that looks.
Is
pretty
that the view?
accurate. Yeah.
Let me see if I can, yeah, there you go. That's the view you had, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the no, go back, please. That's the chicken wire on the left.
Yep.
That's the bramble that you
Yes.
elected not to proceed through. And at
Yes.
the far end, you can see Mr. Carbo and Mr. McGowan, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You mentioned after the arrest, and when I say arrest, after the cuffs were applied, there was some discussion of medical, right?
Yes.
If the body cam reflects that it was Mr. McGowan that said this man needs medical, would that be something that you would dispute?
No, I wouldn't dispute that.
Okay. Likewise, you said that you observed Mr. Carbo attempt to again kick
Mhm.
this Officer McGowan, right? And was that relevant to your assessment of Carbo's state of mind during his interaction with police that day? That he was willing to use physical force to resist? Is that something you personally observed?
Yes.
Thanks for your time. No further questions.
Brief redirecting by me.
Redirect.
Sergeant, when you observed Mr. McGowan and Mr. Carbo, and you said that Mr. McGowan had Mr. Carbo's arms controlled, what was Mr. Carbo's position? Where was he?
I think he was down on the ground. I think Officer McGowan was like on top of him.
Was he face up, face down?
I think he was face down.
Okay.
The way I recall it.
And at that time, was he already in handcuffs?
I think he was in the process of either being put in handcuffs or was like in handcuffs. I don't recall exactly.
Okay.
I was more concerned about trying to get through there to,
And you're trying to look through this choked, very narrow thing.
yeah,
And we saw the image, not great visibility.
I could see them.
Right. But details.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get to them is what I'm doing.
Okay.
My state of mind at the time was I got an officer called for assistance and now radio silence is gone. I was just glad that he was still up, you know.
And as far as Mr. McGowan's position, he was above Mr. Carbo.
He was.
He was in control.
Well, he was above him, yes.
Right. He had full mobility from what you could see. In other words, if he had to step back away from Mr. Carbo to avoid injury, he could do so.
I'm not really sure from the view I was looking at. I would guess that he would be able to, but I'm not. I can't say. I wasn't next to them. Like I said, I was looking through that and see that.
Mr. Milligan talked to you a little bit about annual use of force training. Do you have use of force training every single year to?
Yes.
In the most recent years, has your use of force training been training from a program called Gracie Survival Tactics, or GST?
I would not know. Like so.
Is the focus on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in your use of force techniques?
Last year was not this year. So.
Okay. In fact, last year's and the year before is focused on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
this is gonna sound horrible. I don't remember the year before last year. It's okay. I remember last year's because I got my butt kicked. But so
When was that use of force training?
well, I wouldn't be able to quote you exactly. We did it at Norwich University. I can tell you who the instructors was. It was a good training. That did include PowerPoint that time.
The training from GST de-emphasizes strikes and emphasizes holds and locks, doesn't it?
I'm not a Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy, so
Well, you attended the training. Be fair to say
the
that they-
techniques we were taught were some holds. They did teach us that it's not what's taught at the police academy, but this is, stuff to put in your toolbox.
Gotcha. And Mr. Milligan talked to you about establishing probable cause for what he described as a domestic. And you sounded like you sort of agreed with him. He kind of glossed through. What crime, aside from disorderly conduct, do you think that you established probable cause for at the time that he takes off initially? This is what.
Can you reword that?
Sure. Mr. Milligan, you were talking.
Yes.
About when you rolled up and you saw Brandon and Mr. Set, he's got his finger and he's being loud and mouthy. And when you and I talked, it was clear in your mind, he was committing the crime of disorderly conduct. And
I believe so.
when Mr. Milligan, you talked about that same encounter, he alluded to the idea that you also observed as he described it, a domestic.
Well, Kristen Doucette, and it depends on like domestic. I believe that she was put in fear, so yes, I believe it could be a domestic.
So you do
I'm
believe?
not sure it would be prosecuted as a domestic.
Okay. Did you ever radio in that you had probable cause to believe a domestic assault had occurred?
No, I did not.
Okay. Apologies, I need to just look at one thing real quick. Mr. Bach, could you bring up Exhibit 4, page 3, please? And for your edification, just a little creating a clear record, Exhibit 4 is again your computer aided dispatch. You steal back one page. I want to direct your attention to can you see that from there? If you need to get up.
So I was 7'5", I can tell you that.
Right. So here's my question.
Yeah.
All right. These are the dispatch notes put in by Patty Ryan, your dispatcher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And she's taking this right off of your radio traffic, right?
What her perception is of
Certainly.
radio traffic.
Sure.
I gotta add, dispatchers sometimes get things wrong.
Sure.
So.
I understand. But at 14:23, she puts in Carbo was ordered to stop. 2 things, male took off, involved in disorderly. You see that at the notation?
Yeah, and that was probably for me.
Right.
I would definitely say I like to talk on the radio. I'm one of those kind of guys, so I apologize.
Constant communication.
But I probably said Brandon Carbo's being disorderly.
Okay.
I'm not, without listening to the tapes, I can't guarantee that 100%, but I'm guessing that's where my dispatcher got it.
And then the next one is M758. I'm guessing that's you.
Yes.
Advised unlawful trespass.
Yes.
Male ran through Ford's residence. Advising doesn't have body cam. Again, so this is you. This is what you're putting over the radio. Is that now this is upgraded to a trespass? He ran through Ford's residence.
Yeah, and I'm realizing that there probably will be arrests being made, and I'm not wearing my body camera, so I wanted that on the record too.
Sure. So ran through. This means that they didn't. What you were radioing, what you were telling people is not that he went in for any significant period of time to 24 Maple Street, but that he went in the back door and went out the front door.
It sounded like he went in, and this is what I'm I think happened. So, and this is, I can't guarantee you without you questioning Brandon Carbo what happened, but I think he went in the back door. There's a little entryway there. I think he hung out in that little entryway. When I knocked on the back door, I think he went through the residence. So I think he was hanging out there. And that's when I heard the disturbance. Because I talked to Kristen for a minute or so about what disorderly is and what's going on, you know, and they need to knock off what's going, you know, this people calling us because they're fighting. And I then followed the tracks with Officer Rio. So I think he hung out inside that little entryway. That's what I think. And then when I knocked, he bolted because I think I even announced, and I'm not sure what but I knocked and probably said Berry City Police. So.
I think that's all the questions I have for you, Simon. Thank you.
Very free. Very great. You were asked about holds and locks that you were trained about in the Gracie training, right? The use of force included training on holds and locks, correct?
Yes.
And that strikes are disfavored, right?
That or what?
I think you were asked whether strikes were disfavored in that training, right? Encouraged to avoid strikes.
Yeah, I don't.
You don't remember from the training, but you
Yeah.
remember the question?
The training was not focused on strikes. The training was focused on, you know,
Holds and locks.
yeah.
Now, turning to your testimony about what you observed Officer McGowan doing that morning, you said he was on top of Mr. Carbo, right?
Mhm.
And you said that he was holding his arms.
Yes.
Is that what you were trained but to mean, holds and locks?
It looked like he had his arms contained. I will say, if I thought, at that point, I thought Officer McGowan had control of Brandon Carbo. If I thought Brandon was gonna, you know, that, but I had gotten like a minute had gone by, you know, where I'm like looking for him, I'm running through. And so at that point, it looked like he had his arms behind him. And I'm like, oh, I think he'll be fine for 20 seconds while I run around the house, opposed to going through, possibly getting snagged up and not making it to him. You know,
Fair to say, based on what you know about the circumstances in addition to your observations, you arrived after the empty-handed strikes to Mr. Carbo's face.
yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
A
I
series
wrote
of
that.
holds and locks trying to keep Mr. Carbo contained.
I would say that's accurate.
And that's what your most recent training was about?
2 years ago training. This training was more about OC spray, taser.
When you say this, do you mean the one that occurred in 2025?
Yes,
So the one that happened after this
yes.
incident? Okay. And then just two quick questions about, you were asked whether you observed a physical altercation when you saw the aggressive gesturing, and you only saw the gesturing, you didn't see physical contact, right?
I did not.
But you did have a 911 call saying there was a physical altercation, right?
Yes,
And do you interpret that to mean physical contact?
yes.
Yeah. And when you respond to domestics, is it common that you actually observe the physical abuse, or is it more that you hear about the physical abuse and that's why you're called to the scene in the first place? It's more the latter, isn't it?
Yes,
So it's not uncommon for, in a domestic, you to not observe the physical conduct, but instead maybe the demeanor of the participants there shortly thereafter.
absolutely.
So would you say you arrested people for domestics where you didn't observe the physical contact, but you did observe the demeanor, particularly where you also have a report of the physical altercation, in this case from a call? Would that be enough to make an arrest, to form probable cause for a domestic arrest?
If you put the total package together, I can't just, because you say your wife beat you up, you know, you're gonna have to like.
You have to corroborate what you hear on a 911 call, right?
Yeah.
And you heard on or someone said on a 911 call, physical disturbance, domestic. Right?
Yes.
We saw that on.
I believe so.
And you saw aggressive behavior from a male to a female with your own eyes,
Yes,
corroborating what you heard about.
yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. I'd ask them this would just be excused.
I have no objection.
Any questions?
Any questions from the council? What is?
I just started, if I may.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Just for my own mind, from the time you had the initial interaction with these two folks when you walked down the window, then you circle back. So not, I should say not the first time, the second time you sort of circle back and he takes off. How long, just Nick, I'm trying to figure out the timeline, from when you saw him take off to when you were able to then see him again with your other officer? Like,
With Officer McGowan.
Yeah.
At 5 minutes, I would say 5 minutes.
Just
So,
trying to get the time frame.
so he ran, I had my conversation with Kristen about being disorderly. She denied anything was going on. Like she denied the next thing. I think I questioned her about that. She denied, well, anything was going on, you know, I'm like, why is he running? You know, type of conversation. And then I went to the back, then Officer Real had shown up and together we followed the tracks, went to the back of the residence. I knock, I hear a disturbance. And then I think Dana Hill opened the door and he's like, he just ran out the front door. And I'm like, okay. And I thought they were still friends. And then Mariah Ford, who was well known to me, she doesn't like me, was like very friendly, you know, like, oh my God, this stranger, you know, strange guy, whatever, ran through my house. And you know, at that point, I'm like, oh, you mean you didn't invite him here? And she's like, I don't even know who he is. I was in the bathroom. I walk out my bed. There's a stranger in my house, you know? And I'm like, oh. And I'm like, he unlawfully trespassed into the residence on my radio. And Officer Real had said to me previous, I'll go around front. Well, he bolted out the front door. And I think Officer McGowan had seen him run and tried to stop and got in a foot pursuit with him. And then he was calling on the radio and then we lost radio contact. And to be quite honest, I was scared, you know, and I was running through the backyards calling out and I finally was able to locate. So, and I'm thinking 5 minutes. Okay.
Further questions? Sheriff Anderson.
Sergeant, you testified that there was no injuries to Carbo when you had your initial interaction?
I didn't see any injuries. No.
And when you found Officer McGowan with Carbo, he had injuries on his face, blood coming off his face.
Yes.
Was there any investigation as to whether any injuries occurred in the house?
No.
Is there any reason to believe injuries could have occurred anywhere else other than with Officer McGowan?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
Further questions? Any questions online? I see Kelly report.
Hi, I was just wondering how close you are with the officer. Are you friends? How long you've worked together, the nature of your relationship, whether personal or at work?
Yeah, I say they were friends. So, he worked on my shift. I went to Berry City in 2018 and, I was his corporal. So worked a couple days a week with him. So had a good relationship with him. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And I just have one more question. When's the last time that you've spoken with him?
Maybe 2 months ago.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, so
Any further questions, council members? Okay, seeing none, we will love to see the witnesses dismissed.
thank you.
Thank you. Counselor,
This time I would call Chief Jennifer Frank, who I believe is in a breakout room.
Yeah, we take a
Yes.
5-minute break.
yes, we'll move before she comes on. We'll do a 5-minute recess.
Is there a problem with it?
Okay, we get her key back. Resume. And over to Counselor Kent for his next witness.
Thank you, Chair. I would call Chief Jennifer Frank to the Milton, Florida Police Department.
Good morning,
Good
folks.
morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Let me turn my audio up a little bit. It's a little quiet. Try again, sir.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Oh. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do so swear.
Thank you.
Morning, Chief.
Morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. I
Excellent.
can't see you, so it's a little strange. It keeps moving around.
Yeah, it's weird that way. Can you state your full name and spell your last name for our record, please?
First is Jennifer, Jennifer. Last is Frank, Frank.
And while it may be obvious from the uniform, are you employed now?
I am a full-time police officer here in the state of Florida. I currently serve as the chief of police for the city of Milton.
Prior to being the chief of police, the city of Milton, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I did. I began my law enforcement career back in August 23rd of 2006. I served with the Plymouth State Police under the Attorney General's office for 10 years in the CIVS unit, which is Special Investigation Victim Services, addressing sexual assault, domestic violence, and back then we called it child pornography, now child sexual abuse imagery cases. After that, I moved over and transitioned from the state of New Hampshire over to the state of Vermont. I served with the Windsor Police Department at that time, worked my way up through the ranks there, starting out as an officer, serving as a school resource officer, then transitioned over to a detectives agency and within that division, transitioned over to the Norwich Police Department where I served as a sergeant, eventually becoming police chief there, and then returned back to the town of Windsor where I served as their police chief.
As when you were the chief of police in Windsor Police Department, were you part of a regional organization that performed internal investigations?
I was. It was the Internal Affairs Regional Investigative Team for the state of Vermont. I also conducted internal affairs investigations and my prior service over in New Hampshire as well.
How many years in total did you perform internal affairs investigations, would you say?
A difficult question to answer because it began all the way back in New Hampshire. And then during my time when I served as a school resource officer and police officer, I was not tasked with doing IA investigations. So there were some IA investigations, a break, and then a return. So difficult question to answer. I can share with you, I have attended internal affairs investigations training. I have more than 25, let's say, internal affairs investigations under my belt, both locally within the department I served in, but also regionally serving for other county agencies, other municipal agencies, and other actual government organizations. In addition to that, I attended the FBI Internal Affairs Investigation Academy class. I was also the valedictorian of that class as well. But I don't know that I could give you an exact number of years because it was very piecemeal depending on which department I was in and what job I was tasked with. When I was a school resource officer, internal affairs investigations just didn't apply.
Makes sense. And good getting in that humble brag about the valedictorian there, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
As a member of the, I've completely forgotten what the Internal Affairs Regional Team was called. Did you become familiar with the law and definitions of category A, B, and C on professional conduct as Vermont law defines it?
Yes, my familiarity with category A, B, and C came from my role. At one time, I served as a member of the Professional Regulation Subcommittee, which is where my true understanding of category A, B, and C came about.
So for a period of time, you were the individual who would ultimately, along with your fellow subcommittee members, make the initial determination of whether or not an officer committed unprofessional conduct?
I was a member of the Professional Regulation Subcommittee, yes.
Were you asked to conduct an internal affairs investigation on then Barry City Police Officer James McGowan?
I was.
Who asked you to perform that investigation?
That was at the request of the Barry City Police Chief, Brad Vale. I believe his official name is actually Braden, but I know him as Brad Vale. I believe that's his common terminology that he goes by.
And is there a reason why an agency might want someone outside of the police agency to conduct an IA investigation on one of their officers?
Oh, absolutely. There's several reasons for that. One could either be a lack of skill or experience of someone within your department who had a lack of familiarity or training in internal affairs investigation, but it also sometimes could just be a separation where oftentimes law enforcement and police departments are close and somebody might feel that they could not do the investigation impartially. And so because of that, it's not uncommon for agencies to reach out to ask another person from another agency or from a regional team to come support. And that just helps to support the impartiality of the investigation.
And did you agree to conduct this IA investigation as requested?
I did.
And can you take us through the steps of your IA investigation? What actually did you take and in what order to perform this investigation?
Order gets a little tricky because I don't have it directly in front of me, being all the way over here in the state of Florida, but I can walk you through my general process. Typically, after an incident occurs, police chief will reach out. In this case, I do know that Brad Vail reached out and asked me as a member of the IRIT team to step forward and conduct a part of this investigation. When that comes forward, there are two questions asked of that agency head. One is the nature and subject. So it could be a use of force violation, it could be a code of conduct violation, and then also the name of the officer. That's done to make sure that there's no reason that there could be a conflict of interest or some sort of other related issue that would impede the investigation. In this case, I was not familiar with the officer and there was no concerns up front. So for that reason, I accepted the case. The very next thing that happens is if somebody has an attorney or some sort of legal representation, we always coordinate through those individuals. This case had that element applied. There was a attorney that was a representation for Mr. McGowan. There was some conversation back and forth with the attorney regarding setting up an interview date and time, and then also making sure that we could get the proper documents prior to the interview out to the alleged officer. In this case, those documents are called the Garrity and Weingarten forms. Those are two separate documents, but we often say them together. And those were sent out with both to the attorney and to the involved officer prior to the actual interview coming through. The interview date is then set and then an interview is conducted. That is the process that went through. I don't know the exact dates and times, but I'm sure it's on the documents that you guys have before you.
And is there a reason you do things in a particular order every time when you do an IA investigation?
I find by doing them in order, it makes sure that you get all of the necessary elements that are required in a case. But I'll also say it's important because this allows the officer to really have a moment to know what they're doing, know what they're responding to. These cases can be very unique. The Garrity warning helps an officer as an employee to understand what are their rights and privileges, in particular because they have to understand that in some cases when they're being interviewed, that could be a criminal matter as well. And so there's always that issue of self-incrimination. And that's where Garrity versus New Jersey, it's a Supreme Court case you might reference later on. But that applies what rights are available to that employee in particular. The other one is the Weingarten rights, and that's through the Labor Relations Board versus Weingarten. And what that establishes is that an employee has the right to have a union representative with them if there's an investigatory interview that is going to be essentially disciplinary in nature. By giving them that ahead of time, it allows them to personally review it, to consult with another person, and have adequate enough time to determine, do I want someone to attend or not when I do an interview?
And just for transparency, Chief, I just had someone email you a copy of your IA report so that if you need to refresh your recollection, if you would just advise us that you're going to do that to refresh your recollection.
Roger, do you want me to pull it up now or would you like for me to wait?
Let's see how much you can do from your bare memory, but if you do need to refer back to it, why don't you just go ahead and let us know so that we have a clear record.
Roger that.
And since I just mentioned it, you did create a report in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And as part of it, do you document each of the steps that you take in your investigation in your report?
The report is summarized out. So for example, it might note, I spoke with the attorney to establish the date. That could take 4 or 5 phone calls, or it could be 5 or 6 emails until we lock in the actual date of the interview. In the actual IA summary report, I would just note conversation with the attorney occurred, resulting in a confirmed agreed upon date of May 11th, 2021. That's a hypothetical date I'm just using as an example. So it is not all inclusive, but it summarizes the salient elements.
So let's talk a little bit about parts of your investigation. As part of your investigation, did you interview Mr. McGowan?
Yes, sir, I did.
I think you've probably already mentioned this, but you forwarded prior to the interview notice of your request and your intention to interview.
I did.
And along with that notice, you mentioned both the Garrity and Weingarten warnings. Did you send those in advance?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and can you give us a very brief description of what is the Garrity and the Weingarten warnings? What are they to warn a prospective interviewee about?
So I believe I just summarized it, but I can try and give you further clarification. Essentially, so Garrity is a legal notice. It goes specifically to an employee of a public institution that notifies them that, listen, you have certain rights. But that's also challenging sometimes for folks to understand how that might conflict with other rights. And it explains to them that if they choose or refuse to answer a question, that their silence can still be used against them in an administrative proceeding. And that's particularly, I guess, important here. And I guess I apologize, 'cause I'm not exactly sure what you're asking for the further clarification. But there's a very distinct definition and difference between a criminal investigation and an administrative investigation. And so the Garrity is specific to that administrative element. Because if an officer is asked a question and there's a potential criminal case, Garrity helps to bridge that gap in understanding. And Weingarten, I'm not sure how to explain it any differently than I just did, other than it makes notice to them that they can, I'm just repeating myself, I apologize, but makes notice that they can have union representation if there's a potential for disciplinary action. I'm not sure what further clarification. I'm sorry, sir.
I think you've answered the question. I think I committed the cardinal sin of not listening carefully enough to your answer to realize you'd already answered my question before I'd asked it.
That's okay.
Jabak, could you put Exhibit 7 up on the screen, please? So, Chief Frank, we have put up on the screen what is been admitted as Exhibit 7. Is this the Garrity warning that you sent to Mr. McGowan in advance?
So let me be clear. The Garrity warning, which is the same in content and notice, is essentially issued on two different occasions to the involved officer. It's issued to the involved officer at the time that the notice is established, that there's the interview or that the investigation has been conducted, and that these will be warnings that they will be issued again when they actually come to the interview itself. When the officer shows up at the interview, an additional they are eligible to have an additional review of the Garrity warning and sign it at that time. I believe that the Garrity warning that you're presenting to me, it appears on its face. It looks like that, I apologize, it's very small, but I think it was signed on February 4th, which I believe was the date of the interview, not the initial one that was sent through the attorney. So at the time he shows up for the interview, he also received a second opportunity to examine the Garrity warnings. It's just another reminder, like, hey, just as a reminder, you have these rights. It's not any different than when we tell an individual we're talking to Miranda, and then when they come in again for the actual interview, we just reread them Miranda a second time. But this one actually appeals to be the second moment, and that was the moment at the time of the interview.
If we go to page 2, if that's good. And is this similar to the Garrity warning, is this the Weingarten rights form that I'm gonna guess you do a similar thing? You send it out with the notice, and then on the day in question, you present it to the person so that they can review it for a second time, and if they choose to, sign it.
Yes, sir. They can sign it either at the initial outset or again at the interview. And yes, that's an accurate rendition of that.
And from these, can I surmise that that Mr. McGowan did attend an interview with you on
Yes, sir.
February the 4th of 2025?
Yes, sir. I did have an opportunity to interview Mr. McGowan in the presence of his attorney.
And he did sign both of these documents after having an opportunity to confer about them with his attorney?
Yes, sir.
We can put those away. Thank you, Mr. Clark. As part of your interview, did you discuss with Mr. McGowan the use of force training that he had most recently before the incident that you were there talking about, the incident in December of 2024?
Yes, I had an opportunity to interview Mr. McGowan regarding the use of force training he'd received during his law enforcement and actually outside of law enforcement career.
What did he tell you about his most recent use of force training?
The word recent is tricky for me because I'm not sure what you're referencing. I can speak to you regarding the use. I asked him about his use of force training and he provided information. I don't know what you're referencing when you say recent. I can certainly give you a rendition of what he provided.
Why don't you give us a rendition of what he told you about his use of force training in your
Yes,
interview?
sir. Apologize. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to make sure I'm answering correctly.
You're wanting to make sure you give the most accurate information. I can appreciate that. I'm often sloppy with my language.
So Mr. McGowan identified that he had attended the Vermont Criminal Justice at that time Training Academy, and that during that time he had attended a use of force class. In addition, he noted that he had received some use of force, grappling, ground fighting, some submission training that was mostly Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, more of a martial arts style that was taught by, I apologize, I don't know if he's Officer Hoare or Sergeant Hoare of the Berry City Police Department or of the police department there. Furthermore, he'd indicated that he'd had some training with the National Guard regarding use of force. And he'd also noted that he had done his annual use of force refresher that goes through. I just know when you say recent, I'm not sure which ones you're referencing there.
Okay. And as part of your interview, did you talk to him about his prior knowledge regarding Brandon Carbo, the person he had interaction with on December the 20th?
I did.
What did he describe as his prior knowledge of Brandon?
He'd had multiple interactions with Mr. Carbo. One of the more recent interactions had actually been just days before the incident involved that we're discussing today. I believe it was a cite and release warrant involving Mr. Carbo. Mr. Carbo had taken flight. Let me just be clear. Mr. McGowan told me that Mr. Carbo took flight and that he had been apprehended, and that at the time that he was apprehended, he secured him against the hood of the patrol car to place him in handcuffs, that Mr. Carbo's foot kicked back towards Mr. McGowan, but that he believed that that foot contact was incidental and not an intentional assault on him as an officer.
Did he indicate whether or not he felt any pain from that incidental contact, Mr. Carbo?
I would, if that's relevant or to the nature, I would have to go back and review my report because I cannot recall whether he indicated there was pain. I do recall him saying that he believed it was unintentional. But if that's relevant, I'd have to go back to my email, download whatever document you sent and review it.
It's fine. So let's talk about December the 20th of 2024. What type of call did he indicate he was responding to as he was describing the encounter to you?
He described that the police department had received a report of a disorderly conduct, possible trespass of an occupied building that they were responding to, and that Mr. Carbo had been present at that location. He was one of it was more than just him responding. There were additional officers responding.
And did Mr. McGowan indicate that he saw Carbo? And if so, what action did he tell you he took as soon as he saw Mr. Carbo?
So Mr. McGowan indicated to me that he saw an individual leaving from the building that they were responding to at that location. I believe he recalled that he heard another police officer identify who that person was as they were leaving as Mr. Carbo, that he then followed Mr. Carbo on foot. He took a foot pursuit after him, which went towards a building around the side of a fence.
What, as part of your investigation, did you learn that he was wearing a body-worn camera that was recording that day?
Yes, sir.
And we're going to, at this point, I would ask the chair if I could play exhibit 6, the body worn camera footage. It's approximately 8 minutes long.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
I got a blue hoodie, black pants across the street. Stop! Stop! Guys, come back to Maple. Stop! 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 Fuck off me! Get your hand off me! You're not. Stop! Stop! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! I'm being attacked by you. Stop. I will not stop when that woman beat the fuck out of me. And I didn't do anything. Get off of me, I have seizures. Why am I being charged? Stop. I didn't do anything. I'm being beat on. Guys, back here! Jake! You stop fighting! I've got seizures! I have seizures and you're driving my face! Stop! Stop fighting! You're not getting it! I have seizures! Sir, I can't breathe. You're talking, you're breathing fine. Get on your stomach. No, that's worse. Please, I'm not resisting. I need the resisting. Get on your stomach. You're gonna drown me. You're gonna drown me. Stop. Ow! Ow! Help! Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Oh, you're hitting me in the head. Whoa. You can hear me. The White House he ran behind. The next door behind. No. He is not. You're punching me in the fucking head. Put your hand behind your back now. Now. Oh, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. That's all I'm asking. Let me breathe. Please. I'm not doing it. What am I actually being charged with? I didn't do anything. Oh. Oh. I got. He's gonna need medical. Turn over. I'm pressing charge. Thank you for hitting me. You punched me in the back of the head numerous times. Loading time. You know what? Let's see how well these charges stack. Let's walk them out this way. No! Get up! Get up! Stop me going to take your smash in my head! Your cameras better be on, I'm telling you! Stop! Ow! Get up! You're the one punching me! Oh, you don't want people to see, that's what that is. Sure, you see what they're doing? And I just got punched numerous times by him. I'm gonna check his pockets. Oh! your pockets. No. Stop. Fucking leg. Fucking resisting. Stop.
I just watched you kick Officer McGowan.
I didn't kick him. Stop. I'm fucking being reaped around.
So, Brandon, right now I'm going to explain to you. You're under arrest, bro.
Sorry.
Unlawful trespass.
Oh, I know, Miss Hill.
Unlawful trespass. Resisting arrest.
Let's give me your car.
Disorderly conduct.
Stand
up.
I can barely stand up. I'm drained. I'm drained. Ow!
Good.
Why are you gonna smash my head?
Good.
Don't fight next time. Watch face. No, he's bleeding. You are. I hope not. Yeah, just give me a minute.
Have medical check in on. Mac? No. Him.
Yeah, Hunk.
Yeah. Have.
No, just call.
Right to the
Yeah.
fire department.
You got hand sanitizer and shit?
Yeah, I do.
I need some.
Can you just get a recorded statement for? Yeah. Your body camera on?
Yep.
Is Mariah here? Too, Dana? Yeah. So, Mariah, I don't have my body camera. Do you mind just giving a verbal statement to Officer McGowan? Okay. So, your name and your date of birth?
8/28/1993.
Okay. And everything you're going to tell me is the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Absolutely.
Okay, tell me what happened.
I literally was in my bathroom and I heard my back door, so I came out of my bathroom and the kid ran into me and ran out my front door and met him.
Okay, and you don't know who he was?
No, you said his name, I know him by B. Now that you said his name, like I know him by B, but I don't know him personally.
Okay,
Like,
so
the guy's
you did not invite him
personal-
into your house? Okay, and this is your residence
Yes, sir.
at 24 Maple?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Dana, your date of birth?
5/3/89.
Dana Hill, correct?
Yes.
Did you observe this also?
Yep.
Okay, do you recognize him from previous encounters or?
I mean, I remember when he was staying at the hotel, my sister was there, and then he always, I'm bumming cigarettes and everything on me, so I know.
Okay, but not really a friend of yours? Did you invite him into the residence?
Out of the bedroom as he was pushing through her.
Okay, okay. Thank you guys. Everything you told us is to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Be careful.
You alright?
Yes, ma'am.
Everything's to the best of your knowledge under the pains and penalties?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Be careful. How much try?
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Mariah. Alright, camera's going off. Can I get some sanitizer real quick?
Yeah.
That way. Chief, did you watch that footage prior to your interview with Mr. McGowan?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you talk to him about what you had observed in that footage?
Yes, I asked him questions regarding it.
Did Mr. McGowan identify Mr. Carbo prior to terminating the pursuit?
I don't know that I can answer that question. I don't recall.
Would it help refresh your recollection to review your IA report, specifically the parts regarding the interview?
Likely. Are you asking if he called out when you say identify, what are you asking? Are you asking if he was aware it was Mr. Carbo during the incident? Or are you asking if he identified like Mr. Carbo called out? I can affirm that he was aware it was Mr. Carbo in the incident. If you're asking whether he called him out, like identified him, I would have to reference my report.
No, it's the first. That was what I was asking. In your interview, did Mr. McGowan indicate that he'd made any effort to control Mr. Carbo's hands or arms in the initial termination of the pursuit?
And so initially he said he had not, then he made a secondary reference later on in the interview that he had not been able to control his hands. And I did a follow-up question on that, pointing out the inconsistencies and just asked him whether he had made an effort to control his hands and had been unable to do so, or he had not made an effort. And on the clarification, he said he had not made an effort to control his hands.
Did Mr. McGowan admit to punching Mr. Carbo?
Yes, sir.
Did he admit that where did he say where he was targeting as far as attempting to make these close fist strikes?
Yes, sir. It was affirmed that he was specifically targeting the head, the face of Mr. Carbo.
Did he indicate that he hit what he was aiming at?
Yes, he said that all of the strikes he delivered hit their intended target.
And was that corroborated by the body worn camera footage as best you could see it?
As best as I could see.
How many times did Mr. McGowan acknowledge hitting Mr. Carbo?
He recalled striking him 3 times.
How many times in your review of the body worn camera footage did he actually hit Mr. Carbo?
Difficult to answer because I could not see Mr. Carbo's face during the entire time of the video, just because of the positioning of Mr. McGowan and at one point the positioning of the body camera. I can say that there were at least 5 separate successive strikes that were observed to the face, to the head face.
How soon after? How did Mr. McGowan terminate the foot pursuit of Mr. Carbo? What action did he take to do that?
I'm sorry, did you ask how soon or what did he do to terminate the pursuit?
What was the action he took to terminate the foot pursuit?
So you can see that he comes around the corner of the fence, travels through a short distance past the house. Then there's what appears to be like a porch or an addition, because you can see a pole with a fence line. At that point, you can see Mr. Carbo, who's just past that kind of like porch addition, and Mr. McGowan via body cam, I was not present, pushes him to the ground, and that's articulated also in his interview with me.
Can you show us Exhibit 6A, Mr. Bell? I'm going to show you a screen grab from the body worn camera footage. 6A, please. Is this a true and accurate screen grab from the body worn camera footage as you reviewed it, Chief Frank?
It appears consistent with the body worn camera footage that I observed.
And is this a screen grab that was taken just before Mr. McGowan terminated foot pursuit in the manner that you described, with a sort of open-handed push to the ground?
Yes, sir.
So this was the positioning of Mr. Carbo just prior to the push?
Yes, sir.
You bring up 6B, please. And this is another screen grab from Exhibit 6. Does this also look consistent with the footage you observed from the body worn camera?
Yes, sir, it does.
And is this just after the push?
Yes, sir, after the push and prior to straddling Mr. Carbo.
Okay. And you can, in this, can you see Mr. McGowan's hands basically post-push where they are in relation to Mr. Carbo?
Yes, sir, I can see that from here.
And can you see Mr. Carbo's positioning as he's prone?
Yes, Mr. Carbo's in a crouch position. The primary portion of his body, his chest and shoulders, are facing towards the fence area. Mr. Carbo's head appears to be turned to what would be his Mr. Carbo's right shoulder. And Mr. Carbo's left arm is hidden from view, but his right arm is formed in the shape of an L, facing towards the fence area.
In your interview with Mr. McGowan, did he describe the positioning of both Mr. Carbo and himself consistent with what we're seeing here on the video?
No, the description he provided of Mr. Carbo is different than what is present in the body camera footage.
What did he say in your interview as to what he remembered?
He indicated that Mr. Carbo was facing towards him with his hands up, arms out, and in words to the effect of a fighting stance. I can't recall, sorry, I'm back up just so you can see me better. I can't remember if it was a fighting stance or a fighting position, but words to the effect of that was how Mr. Carbo was standing.
At one point in the interview, did he actually mimic that fighting stance that he described?
Yes, sir. He demonstrated that for me.
We bring up Exhibit 13. So I'm showing you what's marked as Subcommittee Exhibit 13. Is this a screen grab? I guess let me back up a question. Did you videotape the interview you had with Mr. McGowan?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you provide a copy of that full recording along with your IA report when you completed it and transmitted it to the Berry City Police Department?
I did.
And is this a screen grab from that videotaped interview?
Yes, that image is consistent with Mr. McGowan's positioning and display that he presented and with the video as it was captured.
I would offer Exhibit 13 at this time.
Objection.
So this is the fighting stance that he demonstrated to you as he was describing Mr. Carbo's positioning?
Yes, sir.
And is this consistent with what you observed in the body worn camera footage of Mr. Carbo prior to what I think Mr. McGowan described as a tackle to terminate foot pursuit?
No, it is not.
So I want to go back to just after. I'm going to keep using Mr. McGowan's word tackle. Just after the tackle, where Mr. Carbo is prone and Mr. McGowan is above him. Did Mr. McGowan have options in his next response to Mr. Carbo from that positioning?
Sorry, I reference your question. Mr. Carbo was supine, not prone. So just for point of supine, he was on his back. He wasn't on his stomach. But can you rephrase that with the correct definition?
Sure. From the vantage point that Mr. McGowan had, he's standing over Mr. Carbo at this point, just post tackle.
Oh,
or
prior
post-
to. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes. Would you agree that Mr. McGowan had several options in his next response to Mr. Carbo?
Yes, sir. There were multiple use of force options that are available to police officers in incidents such as these.
Could he have deployed, for example, could he have deployed or threatened to deploy OC spray?
In the interview with him, he did in the interview with Officer McGowan, he did indicate that he had OC on his person at the times. That was a use of force response option.
Could he have employed knee strikes to the side for distraction for pain compliance to get him under control?
Yes, there are a variety of different use of force response options available.
Could he have in fact step back and use verbal de-escalation techniques?
Yes, sir. Again, there are a variety of use of force and de-escalation tactics. He could have utilized that as well.
In your interview with Mr. McGowan, did he indicate whether there were other outlets from this backyard that he was aware of?
He indicated that it was a closed backyard and that other than the point of entry that they made, that there was not another outlet.
So would it be fair to say that from Mr. McGowan's perspective, Carbo wasn't going anywhere? And the only way back out is essentially back through that small cramped alleyway.
I don't believe it'd be appropriate for me to state what Mr. McGowan's thought process was at that moment.
But he indicated to you that his understanding was there was no other outlet, no other means of egress or exit.
Yes, sir.
As part of use of force training in the state of Vermont, would an officer be taught de-escalation techniques?
Oh, absolutely. It's an integral part of the use of force training program. It also exists within the policy, both state policies and the individual city policy.
And is there a priority to attempt to de-escalate before escalating to physical force?
De-escalation is always the preferred method in any incident that we have. Use of force is not the preferred method.
And were there de-escalation options after Mr. Carbo is brought down to the ground supine by Mr. McGowan?
I believe as an officer with nearly 20 years of experience being in a similar position, I would have perceived that there were additional de-escalation opportunities available to me, other than the use of force that Mr. McGowan chose to utilize.
During your interview, you discussed that McGowan had given a prior statement that Mr. Carbo had something in his left hand. Did you explore that with Mr. McGowan?
I did. He indicated that it was like a whitish or silverish type of item. I asked him for further clarification, what he thought it was. What did you think it was when you saw the white or silver thing? And he stated that he thought maybe it was tinfoil. I did also ask him if he had located the tinfoil or the item or anything else similar to that nature on his person, or if he had located that back at the property. And he indicated that they had not gone back to the property to search after arrest, and that he had not located the tinfoil on his person or anything matching that description at the time of the arrest.
Did they go back and search?
Again, in my question to them, no, they did not go back. I don't know that they did, but Mr. McGowan indicated to me that they did not go back and search.
Was there ever any indication that what was in his hand was a weapon?
No, and in fact, I asked him several questions about that. I asked him if he'd seen a weapon, if he had ever, in the prior times that he'd interacted with Mr. Carbo, if he'd ever found him to be in possession of a weapon. He said he hadn't. I asked him if he had ever had information from other officers that Mr. Carbo had ever been in possession of a weapon, and he could not recall and didn't know of any specific incidences involving Mr. Carbo with a weapon.
And did you also ask him about prior use of force interactions with Mr. Carbo?
If he had had prior use of force with Mr. Carbo?
Yes. Or whether he was aware of any use of force interactions with Mr. Carbo?
If it's in my report, I would have to go back and look because I can't recall specifically if I had asked him if he'd had any prior use of force with Mr. Carbo. I don't recall any directly, but honestly, if I would have to go back and check the report.
That's fine. I'll move on to my next question.
Yes, sir.
As part of your investigation, did you review statewide and various city PD policies regarding use of force?
Yes, sir. I also reviewed the Vermont Criminal Justice Training Council. Again, just that was right at the time of the name change. The actual training standard and policies and procedures and some of the PowerPoints that were utilized in the use of force instruction class.
Your investigation, did you determine whether or not Mr. McGowan had reviewed and signed off on the Berry City use of force policy?
Yes, sir. They utilize a software program called Power DMS, and there was documentation of, and I don't know the date specifically, but there were documentations of his having reviewed the policy.
And does that use of force policy require officers, when feasible, to employ de-escalation techniques?
Yes, sir. It recommends that, recommends is not a correct term. I should utilize that better. It indicates that officers by our nature have the ability to either escalate or de-escalate a situation, and that our actions can either cause a situation to get better or worse. And that where feasible, we should utilize whatever abilities we have to de-escalate so that we can utilize the least amount of force necessary to affect what we're trying to move forward to do.
Did you ask Mr. McGowan in your interview whether or not he employed any de-escalation techniques prior to use of force?
I did.
And how did he respond to that?
He said he did not. I further asked for greater clarification on de-escalation in some of his training. It was a term that he was not familiar with by its vocabulary alone, so we went through some greater explanation on it. And he explained that it happened so fast, words to the effect of, it happened so fast he didn't have time to de-escalate.
And does the policy either recommend or require that after a use of force, like a strike, that the officer assess whether or not further force is needed?
Yes, sir. In fact, that's an important part of the element. And you'll note in my internal affairs investigation, I actually had that conversation very specifically as well, that each use of force separately, just like every bullet that leaves a gun, you have to account for individually. And while the first bullet out of a gun might be okay, the second, third, and fourth might not. And the same thing where a first strike might be okay. And I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not saying it was okay in this incident, but a single strike might be okay, but a second, third, fourth, or fifth, or sixth may no longer be acceptable. And so when we actually talked about it, we talked about it as a whole for the whole incident, and then broke down each of the strikes he could recall. And again, he could only recall 3 of those. So we broke down each of the 3 of those. And in that conversation, I noted that each individual use of force, officers are required actually to adjust force as necessary, so that each of those are reasonable based on the circumstances and the nature of that moment.
In your investigation, did Mr. McGowan make any effort to reassess the effects of his, let's start with the initial tackle, his initial tackle before striking Mr. Carver with a closed fist?
It's not just my assessment. I actually asked him directly. He said that he did not assess in between his use of force deployments.
So, and then my next step is after the first closed fist strike, did he stop to reassess?
He did. He stated he did not.
Or between any of the strikes on Mr. Carbo's face, jaw, and back of head, did he make any effort to stop, reassess the effects of those strikes before striking again?
Again, I asked him for each of those coming through. He indicated that on each of those successive use of force and the initial, that he did not make any efforts to de-escalate or reassess.
As part of your investigation, did you employ a use of force expert to analyze whether Mr. McGowan's use of force was excessive?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who was that person who did that analysis?
That was training coordinator Nicholas Stewart. At that time, he was one of the training coordinators at the Vermont Criminal Justice Training Academy. He also was specifically assigned, his primary area of focus was use of force. Defensive tactics is the better terminology there, but that was his primary focus. Each of the training coordinators, while they cover a lot there, I'll tell you, they do a lot of different responsibilities. They each have specialties or focuses, and that was one of his primary focal points of responsibility.
Is Mr. Stewart a person whose training experience in the subject matter use of force, someone that you would reasonably rely upon as far as his observations and opinions, informing your own independent conclusion as to whether or not excessive force was used here?
Oh, absolutely.
And did you rely, at least in part, on Mr. Stewart's use of force analysis in forming your conclusion ultimately regarding whether or not there was excessive use of force here?
Yes, sir.
And based on the entirety of your investigation, actually, let me back up one more step. Prior to your interview and as part of your investigation, did you learn that a Detective Sergeant Lyle Decker with the Vermont State Police had conducted a criminal investigation into Mr. McGowan's actions on December the 20th?
Yes, I was aware that the Vermont State Police had conducted that investigation.
And did you have his report to review as part of your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And did you review it and as part of your investigation and keep it as part of the totality of the evidence that you reviewed in making your conclusions in this case?
Yes, sir. I believe it's in the investigative file, but I can pull up the file if you'd like and reference it. I haven't downloaded it from the email yet, but I can do that if you need me to.
I do. Your recollection is so far been excellent. So
yes, sir.
For that. Based on the entirety of your investigation, did you reach a conclusion as to whether or not Mr. McGowan had used excessive force in his capture of Brandon Carbo on December the 20th of 2024?
Yes, I broke it down more than that, but yes, in the end, that was the final concluding summary. I actually looked at each of the forces utilized because even speaking to someone is a level of force, right? If I, as a police officer, tell someone they're not free to go, that's a level of force, that's a level of detainment. So from the very initial contact of the verbal contact through the tackling term for pushing him to the ground to the fist strikes to the head, to the additional strikes to the body, each of those were broken down and specifically examined as to whether they were consistent with best practices, policies, and more specifically, my job is to look and say, does it violate department policies or statewide policies? So that's my job, not the criminal element, not the nefarious, element of that process, but did it violate the department's policy and procedures, statewide policy, or just general, what we call like gross professional misconduct as part of that element?
So let's break it down as you did in our conclusions. Why don't you give us what conclusions you ultimately drew in your investigation? Taking
Sure,
it step.
I'll kind of walk you through from the start of that video and interaction to the end of it. At the very beginning of that video that we all just watched together, you can see that there's some verbal interaction between Officer McGowan and Mr. Carbo. There's multiple, and I don't know how many, and I don't know that I counted, so I don't think my report would even have it. But I know that there were multiple verbal commands for him to stop fleeing. And he continued to run around the corner towards where the fence was. I found that was objectively reasonable. Just terms matter for me, definitions. So just for folks to understand, objectively reasonable basically looks at the concept of saying that, your average uninvolved, hypothetical person with a similar training experience would do something in the same manner. And so given that, I found that the verbal commands he utilized were authorized under our standards, our procedures, our policies, and they had been properly applied. The next kind of significant interaction there is the moment that there is the tackling, again, utilizing that term of Mr. Carbo, as he brings him down to the ground to a controlled surface. At that time, I indicated in my report, I can't remember what terminology I used exactly, but just that because he had fled and not stopped when he was ordered to do so, that was consistent with practices and protocols to stop him from continuing to move or transition or flee from the area. The next group, it gets a little tricky because I kind of bulked them all together. There were what we call closed fist front punch strikes, some elbow or forearm strikes. Those are the ones in particular that I noted that they had been improperly applied. If you look at the positioning, especially Officer McGowan he's actually positioned over, he's straddling Mr. Carbo. And during that time frame, in Mr. Carbo's hands are in some various positions. You watch the video, but he delivers a series of strike after strike after strike to his head, to his face, eventually up towards the back of the head, and in rapid succession, repeatedly, with no opportunity to reevaluate. And that really is where, if you go back and you pull the policy, and I don't know if you guys have, it was in my IA report, so if you have that, you'll be able to see it. But if you go back and read that report early on in it, you'll see in within the first 5 or 6 pages of the policy, it very clearly indicates that there is, and also for our protocols at the academy and through the training program, that there is an obligation that we are responsible to reevaluate those uses of force. And that's why we do this training, right? So we don't let emotion overtake us, and we respond appropriately to the force and resistance that we're receiving, and that we're doing it in an appropriate manner so that we do use the least amount of force, because our goal isn't to hurt people or harm people, but just to stop those threats or potential dangers to other people. So for those, I did find that had been improperly applied and was inappropriate use of force. Because of those successive strikes without the reassessment and not an indication of the escalation or threat there. And then the next section I talked about were what appears to be like knee strikes or thrust strikes. It's a little difficult to see those in the body camera, as you might have noticed. The camera angle is hard because you can see at one point the body cam actually falls off of his outer carrier, falls to the ground, and so you can see it's positioned upwards, and you can see Officer McGowan kind of straddled over it. It positions and shows his belly, mid torso area. And so because of that, from the camera angle, I can't actually see where those strikes 100% affirmatively made contact. I also can't see enough of Mr. Carbo there to make a determination whether those latter strikes were appropriate or not. And so I'm not saying they were appropriate. I'm not saying they're not appropriate. I'm just saying I have insufficient information to be able to truly make like a proper informed data-based assessment.
Frank, those are all the questions I have for you. I'm going to turn you over to my colleague, Mr. Milligan, who will have some questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Chief Frank.
Morning, sir.
Here I am.
Oh,
This is me.
Sorry, it's I don't know
It's
if you
okay.
guys get it on your end, but every time anybody moves in the room, I have
Oh,
no
we
idea
can
who
see
I'm
it.
talking to. So and as soon as I find you, your whole vision shifts and you go to the other side. So thank you.
The same thing's happening here, but thanks for your indulgence.
Sure.
I have a series of questions for you about your work.
Yes, sir.
First, I want to start with what you reviewed. You were asked a number of questions about that. You reviewed the body worn camera that we've seen here today, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that body worn camera is something an officer has to activate to capture the video, right?
It would depend. So it depends on how the cameras are set up. Some cameras go where as soon as you turn on, for example, the blue lights in the vehicle, the car itself, it also activates the body cam, and vice versa. Sometimes when you turn on your body cam, it will also activate your cruiser camera. I don't know how Berry City Police Department's cameras are set up, if it was self-activated or if it was done by the by an activation of the vehicle mounted lights. But I will say, if you go back and really examine the body cam footage, typically on an officer, you can see if they self-activate, but I would have to go back and watch the video very closely. It was not a question I asked.
That wasn't part of your investigation here, but it was clear there was a body worn camera, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
And that it played throughout the incident that you're testifying about,
Yes, sir.
right? And Officer McGowan was aware that the body camera was on him, right? You see in the video that he actually assists a fellow officer in utilizing it to capture additional testimony from the residents at 24 Maple, right?
It wouldn't be appropriate for me to say what if Mr. McGowan knew that or thought that, but I'm sure you can ask him. I'm sure he's gonna be on the stand.
Chief Frank, you've made conclusions about Officer McGowan's assessments. Those are mental impressions that he would have made, right?
I drew facts based on I drew references based on the information that was provided to me. Similar
can
to
you
when
talk
he
me-
asked me what Mr. McGowan was thinking, and I said it wouldn't be appropriate for me to assess what he was thinking at the time.
Okay, and you can't infer from Officer McGowan being asked, is your camera on? Can you come record these statements that Officer McGowan was aware that he was wearing an activated body camera? You can't make that assessment in the video?
It's likely, but I tried very hard to make sure that the information I'm giving, I know is accurate and factual. I can assume that he's right there. You could certainly ask him. But
Sure.
the information that I provided was based on the data that I received. Just like when he asked me what Mr. McGowan was thinking, I said it would be inappropriate for me to say that because I wasn't in his head.
I appreciate your thoughtfulness in your replies. Another thing you reviewed was Detective Sergeant Decker's report, right?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, but if you give me a moment, I can certainly download
You
it.
recall that it was something you reviewed as part of your process, right?
Yes, sir.
And that report went on to conclude that the use of force was reasonable. Isn't that true?
Based on the criminal standard, yes.
But what's the difference between the criminal standard and the administrative standard that you keep mentioning?
Sure. So it's all, people often get confused on those. So, for example, you can have a policy that says that the speed limit is 35 miles an hour on the road, right? That's an ordinance or a local violation or municipal requirement. But you might have a department policy that says that when you're going through a school zone, even if it's 35 or 25, that your officers are only going to go 20 miles an hour. Well, if somebody was going 25, they might be within the legal law, but not within your department policy. And that's kind of some of those elements is I didn't examine whether it met the criminal statute or not the criminal statute. So I'm making no reference, Reverend, whether that was an accurate or inaccurate. I only look
Okay,
at what the policy says and does it meet the policy or
And,
protocol.
the policy is you're talking about, section 2368 of Vermont statutes annotated that references, that codifies the use of force as something an officer is able to utilize. That's the criminal standard, right?
So again, I'm not looking at the criminal standard. I'm looking at Berry City Police policy. I'm looking
Okay.
at,
But if you could answer my question, which is you're aware that that's the criminal standard, right?
I do not know the policy number, but I'm aware of the standard. I could certainly
Sure.
Google it if you wanted me to, the number for the use of force restrictions.
No, but my question to you is what's the difference between the statewide criminal standard, which is objectively reasonable use of force, and the Berry policy, which is objective reasonable force? What's the distinction that you drew in your analysis?
So the distinction I specifically look at is whether or not it's consistent with the training at the academy and the training protocols that we have as level 3 officers and the Berry City Police Department. And if you, I can pull it up if you'd like. It specifically talks about that the level of force has to be adjusted as necessary based on the level of resistance that's coming through, and that de-escalation techniques are going to be utilized where feasible. So that was what I was referencing.
And those are both things that are taught in the use of force level 3 training that we've all seen in the PowerPoint deck, right?
Yes.
And those are all things that help us understand whether someone's conduct was objectively reasonable, right?
Yes, they're contributing factors.
And the criminal statute you say is distinct from the Berry statute, requires that he conduct himself with objective reasonableness in his use of force, right?
I'm not sure what your question is.
My question is, I still can't understand the difference between your administrative standard and the Berry standard, because it's all objective reasonableness of use of force, isn't it? If you violate the policy, Berry City policy, you've done so because your use of force was objectively unreasonable. That is also a violation of Vermont statutes annotated. I forget the title, but it's chapter 23, it's section 2368, right?
Again, I don't know what the statutory number is.
Well, you're the one that drew the distinction and said this wasn't a criminal case. So what about Officer or Detective Sergeant Decker's report? Did you say, this doesn't have anything to do with what I'm doing?
To be clear, what I'm indicating is that my job was to look specifically at kind of 3 focal points. Like, is this consistent with the tactics? Like, are the tactics that were utilized consistent with approved academy protocols? That was my job. My job wasn't to determine whether or not it was criminal or not. The next is like, is it consistent with the training that the person's received through the police academy? Like, these are the approved appropriate measures. And then is it objectively reasonable? That is one element of that, right? Like your average person with similar consistent training. That's my focal point. I did not focus on whether it was criminal or not.
Okay.
I
So
can give
you
you an
did
example of,
No, you did assess objective reasonableness then, right?
that's an element of it, yes.
And you agree that Detective Sergeant Decker did the same when he said, I find this use of force is objectively reasonable and was necessary for Officer McGowan's defense. You would agree that.
I would
He didn't
presume that's
mention
his
the
finding
criminal
based on the
standard.
report.
He didn't mention the criminal standard when he said, I found this was objectively reasonable. He just said it was objectively reasonable, right?
Again, you would have to ask him in his report how he came to his assessment.
I'm asking you, you testified that it was one of the things you considered when you formed your own opinion, which is why I'm asking you if it was significant that Detective Sergeant Decker concluded that it was objectively reasonable. Was that relevant to you in your inquiry?
I will say that all of the facts that I received through that process were considered as we came to that conclusion, as I came to that conclusion.
Let's talk a little bit more about some of those facts. You read when you saw Detective Sergeant Decker's report that he talked to Brandon Carbo, right?
Yes, sir.
he interviewed Brandon Carbo at the state correctional facility, Southern State, I think.
I would have to pull up his report and review that. So I don't know if you have a copy of that. You could email to me. Or
Well,
if it's in the, I could go
let's
back
just
through.
Let's just go from your memory. You didn't interview Mr. Carbo, right?
No, I made phone calls out to the number I was provided for Mr. Carbo and did not receive a response.
But you had Detective Baker's report or Detective Decker's report where he told you he called those numbers, but then he just looked in the system and found where Mr. Carbo was. He was in the state custody, right? That was in Detective Decker's report, right?
He indicated that he was able to make contact with him.
Yeah, that he tried phone calls like you did, but that then he went to the system that you have available as Vermont law enforcement to find people and found that he was incarcerated nearby, right? And interviewed him.
Just to be clear, we're not on Valcor. The city of Windsor at that time was on a separate system. It's a system called Spillman, and it wasn't the state Spillman. It was a separate, unique system. So I actually didn't have access to the system, but that's irrelevant to that. And the reason it's irrelevant is I go back again to what I was looking at. So the three focuses are the tactics consistent with that approved by the Academy protocol? So that's looking at the tactic utilized. The next thing is looking at, is that use of force consistent with the training at the Academy? So again, I'm looking at the use of force that was employed and the Academy protocols. So when you're looking at those elements there, that is specifically looking at, does this come in line with what he was taught, what he was received for instruction, and what we have in our policies and procedures?
Would Brandon Carbo's acknowledgement in his interview, his recorded interview with Detective Decker, be relevant to your assessment under the use of force protocols if he admitted to using undirected strikes and kicks? If he acknowledged to Detective Decker that he did in fact do that during the struggle, would that be relevant to the analysis you're telling us you performed?
It's relevant, but my response was based, again, focusing on, did reassessments occur? Were there opportunities for time in between to determine whether or not the element happened? So it's one element involved.
I do appreciate the clarity of your report and your testimony on what you found to cross the line. And that is what we would call you were calling the front punches, or the empty-handed strikes that Officer McGowan deployed, right? You've been very clear that that's the issue, but I'm asking you about some other stuff, and that is how you came to that opinion, okay? So I want to focus you on the totality of the circumstances. You would agree that totality of the circumstances is the fundamental precept of how you analyze use of force, right?
That's why we had some conversations regarding training, height, age, weight of the different involved parties. I believe that you'll find that in the interview summary.
So Chief Frank, is that a yes then? You agree that totality of the circumstances?
Totality is important, yes.
Standard under Graham v. O'Connor?
Yes,
Or Graham v.
totality is important.
Yeah, okay. It is in fact the standard of review, right? You're directed not to view or limit your investigation and exclude anything because you need the totality of the circumstances to understand what was happening, right?
Examining the totality of circumstances is important when assessing actions that are conducted.
In fact, it's in the definition of objective reasonableness in the Vermont use of force policy, right?
I would have to pull up the policy directly, but I'll trust you that it is.
Okay. Chief Frank, after you reviewed the work of, I'm just going to start calling detective. Let me just confess, I practice in a jurisdiction where they call everyone sergeant detective. So detective sergeant, I've just been screwing it up my entire practice in Vermont. So I'm just going to call him Detective Decker. That's easier. Certainly is for me. After you reviewed Detective Decker's work, you continued to review additional information that included the body worn camera, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. You reviewed the Valcor reports, right?
Yes, sir.
And Valcor reports, in this case, included some captures of the dispatch information that was put out to the officers responding to the multiple 911 calls, right?
Yes, there's like case activity, case log.
Sure, and that case activity log included that these officers were responding to a 4-person domestic physical altercation, right?
I don't know the answer to that. I would have to look at the case activity log specifically.
Can you?
Can you bring up exhibit 4? That would have been.
Is that something you would have seen in Valcourt?
Can you make it just a little bit bigger? I apologize, I'm trying hard.
I could use that too. Thank you, sir. You see it a little better?
Little bit. So just a second. Looks like it's, yep, just hold right there for a second. So, 21 from Studio Place. Arts advised that 4 people, physical altercation, 1 female with red hair, another female in purple jacket, 1 male in orange jacket, and I'm not sure if it's cut off or if it runs there, but other male, beard and mustache, second call from, it provides a number regarding altercation.
And then just above that, another call, domestic in front of Aaron's, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, if you can take the exhibit down. Chief Frank, what's the significance when you're evaluating the totality of the circumstances that there was a domestic disturbance call?
Potential people who can become injured.
And is there anything unique about domestic disturbance calls with respect to officer safety that you've been trained of or your experience dictates?
Where possible, we like to respond with more than 1 officer.
Is there anything else about the heightened risk related to domestics that your experience or your training dictates?
Sometimes the person who's called you and asked you to show up later doesn't want you there. And so sometimes your victim or your complaining witness in that element can sometimes be conflictual as well, which is different than most of the cases we respond to. If someone calls about a theft, they don't tend to get sometimes upset with the way that law enforcement will handle it. But if you end up arresting an involved domestic partner, sometimes the person who called it in didn't want that outcome and can become frustrated or upset.
Stephen, am I hearing correctly that you haven't yet identified the increased risk to officer safety in responding to a domestic call?
I don't know what you're asking.
Do domestic calls have a heightened degree of risk to officers as contrasted with other calls?
Right, I think I just mentioned that when I said that the person who calls in as the complainant sometimes can become conflictual with officers.
Well, there's a difference between an uncooperative witness and the risk of physical harm to an officer, which is what I'm asking about. So I'm
I didn't
curious.
say uncooperative, I said conflictual.
What's conflictual?
It'd be anything. It could be verbally escalating. It could be physically volatile. It really runs the gamut. We've responded to a lot of domestics and it can be a different response anytime.
So in addition to your belief that the reporting party sometimes becomes conflictual, was there any significance when you were evaluating the totality of circumstances that you assigned to the fact that this was a domestic call?
It can certainly have heightened concerns for officers as they're responding.
Sure. You also learned during your investigation that Mr. Carbo fled into an occupied residence. Is that right?
I don't know if I knew that he fled into or from, but I did ask specifically what the level of crime was, and he explained that it was, I believe it was a misdemeanor, either criminal mischief or criminal misconduct. Now that I've changed states, my terminology is very different, so I want to make sure I get the terminology right for Vermont.
I'm certainly with you on that one.
So it was either misdemeanor, criminal mischief, disorderly conduct, that there was felony unlawful trespass. I don't know if it was in an occupied structure, but again, I don't know if he was fleeing into it or fleeing out of it, just that it was felony trespass of an occupied structure. I don't know if that explains it.
It is. So you're telling me that during your investigation, you never learned that Brandon Carbo was ordered to, well, look, that would be a confusing way to ask. Did you learn that when the first officer, Officer Fry, arrived on scene, he eventually ordered Mr. Carbo to stop and Mr. Carbo fled?
I knew that he fled. I'd have to go back and review the witness statement from Mr. Fry to see specifically what he said. But there was, if your point is trying to say that he was in an occupied structure, I affirm that that was the information received from the report.
And now that we agree on that, can you explain the significance of his entry into an occupied structure during his flight as you assess the reasonableness of the use of force?
I can't speak to that.
You didn't in your report either, but I'm curious if on reflection, you can acknowledge that one of the objectives of an officer in pursuit of a suspect is the protection of the public. Is that true? They're supposed to take action to ensure the public isn't harmed?
I think we always want to try and protect the public. That's part of our job.
Would you agree that felony trespass into an occupied dwelling represents a significant risk of harm to the public?
Potentially.
And knowing that, we know that you didn't assess it then, or at least didn't put it in your report, but knowing that now, does it affect your assessment of the perception of risk by Officer McGowan that day, that this flight that he was attempting to end included the entry into an occupied dwelling?
No, because that was prior to, this is post, and at that time, Mr. Carbo was physically detained and was no longer flight risk at that time.
We'll get to the interaction, the physical interaction, but I'm still trying to understand what beyond your review of body camera video you investigated to understand the totality of the circumstances. And as I understand it, the domestic issue did not rise to a significant factor in your analysis. Am I mischaracterizing your view?
I don't know that it was one way or the other. Again, in the response, with
You
the
agree you
fleeing-
didn't mention it in your report?
I don't believe it's mentioned in my report, but I can double check if you'd like me to.
And likewise, you agree that, would I be mischaracterizing you to say that you did not attribute significance to the fact that Mr. Carbo fled into an occupied dwelling?
I didn't attribute significance of what?
About the risk of harm to the public that was presented during this specific flight.
Sorry, I'm trying. So you're asking if I perceive that there's a risk of threat, or if I considered whether or not Mr. Carbo was a risk in my assessment of the investigation? I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand.
Would
I'm
you
not sure
agree
what
with
you're
me
asking me.
Would you agree with me that one of the terms used both in the statutes and the training is proportionality, right?
All right, I'm very specific. So when you ask me if like this term is used, I hate stuff like that because I would have to read the statute to say for sure. Proportionality, relevance,
to be clear-
totality of circumstances are all applied, whether that term is utilized in the statute. I don't know for sure. But I can say that the circumstances around an incident are certainly an element of consideration.
An element of consideration that you considered?
That I considered when I looked at the facts that were presented to me.
And when you say the facts that were presented to you, you had the information that we've been discussing, right? The domestic, you said you had Valcor, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had Sergeant Frey's report about the unlawful trespass into 24 Maple Street, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have information about the history that these officers have with 24 Maple Street?
There was in the Valcor report, there was so when you look at like a person's names table, things come up that show that. So I don't know that it specifically said Mr. Carbo at that location, but you can see there's a history with Mr. Carbo that the department had for sure. I just don't know that it was at that location in particular.
Aside from your awareness of Mr. Carbo's previous interaction, I'm asking about 24 Maple Street. Did you come to investigate or learn any significant facts about 24 Maple Street and whether that increased the risk to officer safety during this flight?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Again, I just have to look at the names table and see if there's any direct correlation between in that case activity log with that specific street address.
Would it have impacted your assessment of the reasonableness? If, would it have impacted your assessment of the reasonableness of, or the risk of flight? I'm sorry, withdrawn. Would you have considered the fact that 24 Maple Street is considered a drug house?
He did say
and
that, just to be clear. He did say that in his interview that it was a drug house. So I was aware of that fact, if that's what you're trying to get to.
Thank you. And does your training and experience teach you that drug houses you're often trained to perceive a potential risk for access to weapons in a drug house?
Sometimes there are some, yes.
Yeah. And did that play any role in your assessment of the reasonableness of the use of force in this case?
It played so he mentioned it was a drug house. Again, not saying the specific address, but he mentioned that it was a known drug house. And then when you reference that over, we did have questions about whether or not there were any weapons present or visible. So there's an element of that plays a role, which is then clarified through follow-up questions about weapons.
And when you say your follow-up questions about weapons, you mean that inquiry you made about the item that Officer McGowan explained he saw in a hand that may have been silver or white or something. Is that right?
That was the start of it. So I asked specifically about that, but then I did have a couple of additional follow-up questions where I asked, basically I asked, have you had an interaction with Mr. Carbo where he had a weapon unrelated to this incident? And then I had another question whether or not he knew if other officers had any known interactions with Mr. Carbo with a weapon as well. And he didn't know of any, but he doesn't know every interaction as well. And he noted that. So, but he said he had not interacted with him at any time that he had a weapon. So yes, the first part of that, yes, the question was specific to the tinfoil, but then the two follow-up questions were broader questions about weapons.
Another thing you relied on was the work of a gentleman named Nicholas Stewart, right?
Yes, sir.
At the time, Mr. Stewart had a role at this academy as a use of force training professional, right?
Yes, he's one of the training coordinators. Like I said, that was his focal point. I don't know his exact, as he was use of force offensive tactics instructor, but I know that was his primary focus of responsibility. I just don't know what his TC definition was. Okay.
And you tasked him with reviewing the body worn camera, right?
I asked him if he would be willing to do so, yes.
But you did not provide him any additional information, right?
Correct.
In fact, you restricted him to only perform his analysis based on the video he saw, right?
Yes. One person does the internal investigation, somebody else is reviewing the footage of what they saw.
Well, you reviewed the video too, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
So both people reviewed the video, right?
Right. No, I just mean that you have, it's not uncommon for us in an IA to reach out to experts in a field or an area of expertise to help supplement information so that you can come to a proper conclusion.
Can you pull up exhibit? Well, let's go with exhibit A. This exhibit A right here. Exhibit 8. It's what's his? Stewart. Exhibit 8. Turkey, when you can help him get to the page that begins with Deckers. I mean, not Deckers, Stewart's report. While they're locating in this exhibit 8, the document I'm about to reference with you and go over with you, it's Mr. Stewart's report. Do you remember reading Mr. Stewart's report?
Yes, sir, I do.
You said you used it as part of forming your own conclusion, right?
Yes.
And you know that Mr. Stewart repeatedly emphasized that that the restricted access to information in this case limited the value of his evaluation, right?
I don't know if he repeatedly made that reference. I'd have to go look, but I do know that he indicated that he looked only at the BWC footage and that he didn't have access to anything else, was just looking at the footage alone to draw the conclusion. Which is why
And-
it's an element of the reference, not a final determination.
So when you say you know that he acknowledged only, I now have in front of you his use of force report. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
This is on Exhibit 8. This is what you recognize as having come from Mr. Stewart.
Yes, sir.
And you note that about halfway down that paragraph, he says, I was provided access to the BWC footage incident only and subsequently performed this analysis without any prior knowledge of the incident. I was not provided with, nor did I have access to any details pertaining to this case, i.e. officer reports, case notes, arrest charging details, suspect information, etc., not visible and directly revealed by the BWC footage itself. As a result, any and all conclusions, insights, inferences, and otherwise derived are solely from this. We'll just abbreviate to the BWC footage, right? That's what he warns at the beginning in his introduction.
Yeah, we just reviewed that.
Where's the
Yeah.
next? Is it? So when Mr. Stewart performed his assessment, Mr. Stewart had no information about the domestic nature of the call, right?
Correct.
That was the stuff you were evaluating. He was only on the video, right?
He was only provided with the video.
You were doing the other stuff, the totality of the circumstances part, right?
My job was to conduct the investigation and I had access to more material than Mr. Stewart did.
And in addition to the fact that he didn't have access to information about the domestic call, he also didn't know about the fleeing, the flight that led through the occupied home, right?
I don't, again, I can't speak to that. What I can say is because it's they talk about it when they go back with the body cam footage and they go and they interview the witnesses at the end, but I don't want to speak for him, but it is covered in the body cam footage at the very end. Remember when they go back and he says, I don't have my body cam, can we use yours? And then he talks about that and you were home at the time and you didn't have permission to come in the home. So it was certainly something he heard or had the capability of hearing on the body camera footage, but I can't tell you what he saw or listened to. So,
yeah, and
but he certainly had the capability of doing it because he had access to the body cam footage that covered it. I don't know if that answers your question.
It's helpful, thank you. Earlier we discussed my question, including the phrase multiple references to his limitations. We've already discussed his mention in the introduction. You can see on the screen now where further down in his work, you see this analysis was conducted solely from multiple viewings of BWC footage alone. It is critical to acknowledge that any conclusions, insights, and inferences included are derived exclusively from this limited perspective, right?
Yes, that's what it states. What is your question?
That limited is not totality of the circumstances, but is limited. It's restricted. It's not a complete set, right?
Sure, it's taking what he views and his knowledge as a use of force instructor and academy instructor and applying those two together.
Sure. And one of the things, so given that he was only allowed to view the video, it was especially important for you as you evaluated and considered his work in forming your own opinion about his accuracy or the accuracy of his conclusions drawn from the video, right?
Are you asking me if Mr. Stewart's conclusions being accurate is important?
Yes.
Yes, it's important.
Okay. And do you recall that in Mr. Stewart's report, he describes as a very significant event his belief that Mr. Carbo had surrendered and taken a knee, and thus Officer McGowan should have turned down the dial on his use of force. Remember that part of the report?
I would have to read the report specifically, which is good because you've got it right in front of me. I do remember him referencing Mr. McGowan, or I'm sorry, Mr. Carbo. I think he used the word kneeling I used crouching and he utilized kneeling. So I do know Neil was in there because, but I can't tell you exactly specifically what he said, but if you scroll down, I'm sure I can, can confirm
I
that
think
whatever's
we're
there
working
is
on that.
accurate. Sure.
I think we're working on that.
Page 4.
Page 4.
Actually, if you want to go to exhibit 9, I think that's.
A little quicker?
Well, that's just his report.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just couldn't find it on this list.
I should have said that earlier.
But hang on to the other one just in case you have something I can reference back to.
Page 4, please.
That's so tiny.
Okay, first, that's a little too zoomed in even for my value. Okay. In Mr. Stewart's report, he writes, with regard to this incident in the BWC footage, after engaging in a short foot pursuit, Officer McGowan quickly locates the suspect kneeling behind a fence in a backyard. Prior to making physical contact, the subject appears to have ceased his efforts to flee and assumed a kneeling position. Did you read this factual assertion about the video described by Mr. Stewart?
Yes, I read the full report.
Do you agree with it?
That he'd ceased his efforts to flee.
Yes.
At that, and just to be clear, so when he locates the subject at that point, the Mr. Carbo is not continuing to flee at that point. He has not been detained either. I do think at that point he is no longer. When you come around that corner and you see, I wish you could back up. I know that the one that you sent of the photo that you showed was really, really close, like right before Officer McGowan made contact with him. But if you back up the video, you can actually see when he comes around the corner, Mr. McGowan is at like one edge of the house. And then, sorry, I'm just going to back up because I'm close so I can read so you can see me. And then if you look, then there's like the rest of the house. And then there's a porch area with a post. And then there's Mr. Carbo. And even as he continues to close that distance, you're in the same general area of that. So I wouldn't disagree with the that's closer and better, but so where he's located there, and then so he's just like right just past that post, and you can see the little tree bushes that come past it. And sorry.
So with your permission, let's see if we can agree on what we see in this screen. We see Officer McGowan has just turned the corner and now he has a stockade fence on his right and a house on his left, correct?
Yes, sir.
The alleyway he's about to travel through is narrow enough that he's basically touching the fence with his right arm and the house with his left. Would you agree with that too?
Yes.
Okay. And between he and Mr. Carbo are a series of obstacles. Fair to say?
Yes.
You can see the chicken wire in the lower portion of the screen here that's otherwise pretty prominent in the video.
Yes.
And you can see a series
just to
of.
be clear, I can't see it there, but I agree it's there. I know it's there. I just can't really see it in the video, but 100% I do recall seeing it. So.
And you can see a series of, I don't know, in the Northeast Kingdom, we call that pepper brush, but there's a series of thorns and other.
There's vegetation.
I
will affirm there's vegetation in the photo.
And on the left, you can see that the path for foot travel is even narrowed by what look like maybe cinder blocks or other square, unnatural shaped objects laying along the side of the porch, correct?
Yes, there are items near the porch.
And that's Mr. Carbo at the far end of the alley in the blue jacket. Purple.
Yes, that has been identified as Mr. Carbo.
And you see that my esteemed colleague, Mr. Sharkey, has put a yellow over a branch. Do you see that highlighted branch?
I do.
Now, as you consider the accuracy of Mr. Stewart's claim that this gentleman had taken a knee and surrendered or stopped fleeing, I ask you to view the next photograph. Just hit the right arrow. Would you agree that you now see Mr. Carbo's hand on the fence and Mr. Carbo's head is clearly now above the branch that remains highlighted in yellow?
It's right in the middle of it, but yes, he's right in that location.
And you agree that in the first photo, it was significantly below that branch?
Oh gosh, could you go back?
significantly.
Yes,
below-
it's below from that perspective, correct?
And,
don't kn-
next photo.
If you're asking for an assessment, I don't know whether or not the visual difference is because there's a reduction in space between the two, or if there is a shift in his head.
Sure, let's see if we can keep
Um,
going through the photos and work that
I
out.
don't, the perception
See a
changes
little
some.
bit of his head above this
Sure.
photo, right? That's the part we've already talked about. Let's look at the next photo.
Yes,
Now you can see his elbow armpit above the branch, right?
yes, you can see a shift in
And
the
you
air.
also see his, would you agree with me? You also see his right hand is raised. It's not on the ground, is it?
No, just like it was before.
And you attributed significance to Officer McGowan's reference to perceiving that the gentleman's hands were up, right?
Well, he said he was facing towards him. His hands were up, arms were out, and he was in a fighting stance.
Next photo. Now you can see Mr. Carbo's face above the branch, right?
Yes, like where his face would be for sure.
Sure, I think that's a fair correction. And you can see his right arm, or his left arm rather, reaching toward the ground, and his right arm is reaching above his head. Is that how you read that photo?
I wouldn't necessarily say that about his. Difficult to tell, for sure.
Well, let me ask you a summary question on this
It's
issue.
a different position than he was in the previous photo, if that's what you're trying to get to. That his position is changing, if that's what you're looking for.
Let's be clear, he looks like he's trying to get up, right?
Yes, he is in
Yeah.
movement.
He's using branches and his hands to stand and turn toward Officer McGowan. Isn't that a fair description of what we see in these photographs?
I don't know where he was intending to turn to. I can't speak to that. I can say that his body definitely shifted position, but I can't say where he.
Which position
where
did it
he
shift
was
from?
going
Did
to.
it shift away from facing Officer McGowan, or did it shift toward Officer McGowan?
I don't actually necessarily think it did either. I think his face, you can definitely see his face shifts from the down up towards Mr. McGowan. I can't say that he's coming towards Mr. McGowan or away from him. And again, I can't tell you what he was thinking. You asked me if he was planning to come towards him, and I just don't know that.
My question is, I don't recall asking if he planned to come towards him, and if I did, I would draw that question. My question is about whether he's kneeling and he looks like he's abandoned his flight. Do these photos indicate to you an intention to abandon flight?
He's in movement. I can't
It's
speak to his
movement, right?
intentions.
And
Don't
movement-
know. Yeah.
And
I
movement is
affirm that
noticeable
there's
as-
movement. I can't speak to what Mr. Carbo's intentions were.
You know that Mr. Stewart spoke to what he thought Mr. Carbo's intentions were. He said he's kneeling and had abandoned his flight, right?
Here's the element here, like, if you were to ask me, is Chief Frank a police chief? Does she have blonde hair? None of the above, or all of the above? I can't answer that question because all of the above includes none of the above. So you can't necessarily compare Mr. Stewart's answers to mine because I functionally, like when you ask me about the face, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to answer the question as accurate as possible. So my response versus Mr. Stewart's response is we probably have different ways of approaching answers. And I know that can be frustrating when talking with me. It's my whole life. But I'm
Well,
trying to answer
let me
your
just
questions
ask-
as best as I can.
Let me just ask you, did you note the difference between your answers and Mr. Stewart's answers when you were crediting his conclusions?
I read Mr. Stewart's reports and took each of the elements he included into consideration.
And he emphasized in his report that he thought Mr. Carbo had taken a knee, abandoned flight, and that obligated Officer McGowan to reduce his appropriate use of force assessment. Didn't he?
Can you just go back to his report? I know that he noted in there, just go back and pull it back up, the specifics, because you're asking me for very particular elements of his report.
Exhibit 9, page 4, please. Thank you. Officer McGowan.
Yeah, it says appears to have ceased his efforts to flee.
And had assumed a kneeling position, right?
Correct, and I noticed a discrepancy. I felt like it was crouching rather than kneeling. I already indicated that.
And rising, right, Chief?
Yes, he's moving.
And this transition from actively running, I'm reading from the report now, from page 4 of exhibit 8. Did I invert that? No, exhibit 9. This transition from actively running away, fleeing from Officer McGowan to assuming a kneeling position indicates an objective reduction in active resistance by the subject and therefore demanded a reassessment of the circumstances and corresponding reasonable reduction in applied use of force.
Oh, sorry,
Right?
I think you're confused, sir. So that you understand, each of these are different. So like when you're looking at that assessment of, I don't know if I can see the whole element of it though. I think you got to look at the whole thing and keep going down to the rest of it. And I can't see it on there, but I think one of the things that you're confusing, sir, is that is when he first sees him and he's kneeling and crouching. What's the assessment there? Was maybe he went to stop fleeing. What level of force is appropriate then? But then there's another examination. Okay, now that he is on the ground and he's straddling him, that's a different expectation for what level of use of force is appropriate. So I don't read his report that way. I read his report that after the foot pursuit portion, when he comes around the corner and sorry, I'm just trying to get closer here, that he locates him kneeling behind the fence, that at that point it appears that he's no longer fleeing, that portion, like that's when you come around the corner and you reassess, right? You reassess when someone's running, you come around a building, you reassess again. That doesn't do a reassessment for all of the activity. That's just for that one moment. You gotta keep reassessing.
Chief Frank, please, if you can, I feel horrible that I'm keeping these people from their lunch. I'm going to try to continue my exam to the next question. And you seem to be telling me that this position that Mr. Stewart stated in a report that you relied on, that he took a knee, was merely an assessment of Mr. Carbo's initial position, and that Mr. Stewart, you're, I'm sure I'm unwilling to speculate. So let's just say let's just read what Mr. Stewart wrote.
Sir. I can stop you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that paragraph, I believe, is specific to that moment. And that.
Okay. What's the very next moment described in the report?
Says upon making physical contact with the subject, Officer McGowan forcefully pushes him to the ground, which represents a reasonable application of force in consideration with the current circumstances. So that's what I'm saying. His previous is referencing that.
Before you continue to answer something that's not my question, let me ask you the next one. Chief Frank, between those two, did Mr. Stewart acknowledge that Mr. Carbo was rising and facing toward Officer McGowan?
He did not include that element, that statement in there.
Given that he had indicated his belief that that act of kneeling is what required a reduction in the appropriate use of force, does his omission of that acknowledgement impact your assessment of the effectiveness of his report?
No, sir, because again, they're each different. You have to keep reassessing.
And the very next act he describes is the physical contact. So he never reports in his assessment that Mr. Carbo was rising before physical contact began with a push to the ground, right?
No, it's not included in his report. I'm not sure what you're asking.
And that is not something that you found significant when you assessed how the accuracy of Mr. Stewart's limited review or use of force.
So just because, again, a report has all of the salient parts, not every little element that is included. As I read that report, and you'd have to ask Mr. Stewart for more clarification, as I read that report, that is reference to that initial use of force response, which I feel like is further supported by the statement he makes immediately below it, where he talks about the use of force that subsequently happened. So I believe that assessment is directly related. And the assessments I found regarding the strikes are subsequent to that, which would have required a reassessment. I know what you're asking me, sir. I just disagree.
Okay, so let's go to page 5 of that same report. you tell me that, Mr. Stewart, the part of his report that I've been focusing you on, the kneeling, was an earlier point, not about the physical conduct that he found offensive, right?
One more
There were
time.
intervening facts.
Sorry, I don't know if you heard, I asked you one more time. What was your question?
I ask you to read I've now brought you to the next page of the report. In response
sir.
to your clarification that Mr. Stewart likely was discussing the initial kneeling as significant in that moment, but not significant later when he was assessing the appropriateness of the 5 front punches or empty-handed strikes that Mr. McGowan delivered, right? That's what you're clarifying to help me understand.
No, I'm saying
right?
that I believe that first reference was referencing that first initial contact. I'm not saying it didn't apply to his whole review or not review. I can't speak to that. You'd have to ask him what his thought process. I can speak to, I think the paragraph you were referencing was referencing that initial contact is what I'm saying.
Understood. Now let's talk about with regard, this paragraph that starts with regard to question 3. Can you scroll down? This is Mr. Stewart's report where he assesses the reasonableness of the use of force with the empty-handed strikes, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And the very first bullet point is Officer McGowan's employment of 5 closed fist front punches and it continues in that sentence, right?
Yes.
And then the very next bullet point is he reminds us that at the moment of initial physical contact, he transitioned from actively fleeing to stationary kneeling position on the ground, demonstrating a reduction in his resistance level. Isn't that Mr. Stewart clarifying and being crystal clear that he considered that kneeling when he made his assessment about the punches too?
I think he looked at the totality there. Like I said, I think that his initial statement up there was referencing that one, but as I mentioned just moments ago, I said that I think looked at it through all of that, but that specific paragraph you're referencing was referencing the first initial contact.
Understood. I want to turn your attention to the PowerPoints that are used and I'm sorry, gentlemen that are running the show here. What time standards have I offended yet, except being?
Sure, when lunch is scheduled. When we're ready.
Say it again.
When we're ready, lunch is scheduled.
Okay, thank you. Please don't hesitate to let me know. I want to talk to you a bit about something called the use of force dashboard. Are you familiar with it?
Yes, sir.
And that's something that's in that PowerPoint training that the level 3 folks get, right? The level 3 training includes a presentation of the information in the PowerPoint.
It did.
deck, right?
I know that I think the program has changed slightly, but yes, it was part of the use of force slide demonstration at the time of the interview and investigation.
It's all derived from the Safariland training mechanism, right?
That is an element used in the creation of the training program. I didn't create the training program, but I know Safariland is a training program utilized in law enforcement, and it was probably referenced in this, but I didn't make it. So if you ask anybody from the academy, they'll tell you. I mean, yes,
Okay, you see.
I know
see this-
Safariland is used. I know we have it. I know there's lots of training in it. I know that TC Stewart had training in Safariland.
And this is that dashboard that you and I have just now been discussing, right?
Yes,
Let's start on the left side. The left side says officer assessment, right?
it does.
And and it's meant to emulate what we might see in a cruiser or a car. There's RPMs on the left and MPH on the right, correct?
And that's what I'm seeing, yes.
Yeah, and superimposed over the numbers 1 through 7 are categories of officer assessment, and they have corresponding colors, right?
Yes.
Well, in blue, there's the word compliant, correct?
Yes.
And then passive resistance is in green, right?
I'm happy to affirm that what you're seeing is also what I'm seeing, if that will help you guys get to lunch earlier.
Well, let's talk about the yellow one, active resistance. Does
Yes,
that
the
correspond
yellow
to
one
a
says
box
active
you see?
resistance.
You see under there, there's an assessment information where there's a yellow box that says pulling away, escape, struggling, and not complying on physical contact where injury is less likely. You see that, right?
Yes, I see that, that's the yellow tab underneath. Again, I'll affirm 100%. Everything that you're seeing is what I'm seeing.
Okay, so you agree with me then that when Officer Fry, or I'm sorry, then Corporal Fry commands Mr. Carbo to stop and he flees, he is escaping, right?
Yes, there was a foot pursuit. Mr.
So-
Carbo
so-
had fled.
So from the initial response to the domestic call, Mr. Carbo is engaged in active resistance, right?
Yes, and again, keep coming back. Each of these are separate incidents, but yes.
I understand that you want to break it down into pieces, and I hope that my examination has taught you that I intend to get there. But I want you to just answer the question before you. He was engaged in active resistance from the beginning, right?
From when he left that property and went across, yes.
And from when Mr. Officer McGowan first arrived on scene and saw him run out of the occupied dwelling, that's
Yes.
also flight, right? That's escape,
Yes.
right? Okay. The next category is assaultive aggression. And that, according to this chart, includes, it says physical injury in the box. And it says attack on officer other, strikes, wrestling, undirected strikes with injury potential. Says that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you learned that, when you heard Officer McGowan tell him, stop touching me, get your hands off of me, what did you understand that to mean in terms of the use of force assessment?
That his hands would be on his person.
And what significance did you attribute to that?
So again, it's hard to answer your question because I don't know exactly what you're looking for, but in this
You don't
process,
mention in your report that you don't mention in your report, for example, that Mr. Carbo acknowledged kicking and flailing his arms during his struggle with Officer McGowan, right?
in the IA summary, no, I do not believe it's in the IA summary.
So would it be unreasonable for me to conclude that you did not attribute significance to it since you didn't put it in your report?
It's not an issue of significance. It is looking at what was visually available through the body cam footage and through the interview with Mr. McGowan through that process.
And Mr. Carbo's acknowledgement of using undirected strikes was not significant to you, or was not something that you included in your report?
It was not included in my report, but again, you're focusing on one level, not the other.
Sure. Well, let's talk about one of these other gauges. You see the right to the right of the officer assessment, there's something called special circumstances.
Yes, it's a little blurry, but I'm sure whatever
Yeah,
you're
it is
reading
pretty
is
good.
accurate. So I'm going to assume
If
that
I tell
you
you
can
that
read
the-
and report it correctly and that it's good, whatever it is.
If I tell you that the first thing listed is injury or exhaustion, does that seem like I'm reading that
That's
correctly?
very reasonable. Sure.
Do you hear the huffing and puffing at the end of the 8-minute video of Mr. McGowan as he's trying to answer the questions of Sergeant Fry and to interview the occupants of 24 Maple Street?
Yes, I do remember him being out of breath.
Is being out of breath an indication of exhaustion?
It can be, yes.
Do you see him looking at his hands repeatedly and trying to and asking about sanitizer, for example?
I recall him asking for sanitizer, yes.
And now I want to talk about special knowledge. Special knowledge can include things like his recent access to a drug house where officers are trained, weapons might be available. Is that the type of special knowledge that you would have considered?
It can be. Typically, that's also referencing like someone's physical capability. They're trained in jujitsu or something along those lines as well.
So let's move to the next one. Close proximity to officers' firearms. Would you agree with me that Officer McGowan tells him to get his hands off of him?
Yes, his hands are in close proximity to Officer McGowan.
And when you say Officer McGowan, you mean his torso, right? That's what we can see in the video.
Yes, his hands are in close proximity to his body.
And those, are these in that folder? Those include the weapons that he has on, the firearm that he has on his in his holster, right?
I'm
Oh, I
sure
didn't-
he had a firearm in his holster. I don't remember seeing it, but typically police officers have firearms in their holsters. I do remember talking to him about the OC.
And he had-
I'm sure he had a gun on him.
And he also had OC spray on his chest, right?
Yes, because we spoke about it. Again, I don't
And-
specifically remember seeing it, but we talked about it, so I'm sure it was there.
And Mr. Carbo's hands are seen repeatedly in the video, reaching up and touching the torso to include the weapons on Mr. McGowan, on Officer McGowan's chest. Isn't that right?
Don't know if it's repeatedly, but I can say that you can, I'm looking at an image you have here that you can see his hand is in the area of Mr. McGowan's body.
And it's clenched in a fist.
Yes.
Next photo. And you see what we're looking at now? Is that a clenched fist of Mr. Carbo that we can see a portion of?
It appears to be, yes.
Yeah, and next to it is the word SIG. Right?
Yes, sir.
What is SIG?
So that's a manufacturer.
Of what?
So it could be a variety of things, but I'm assuming it's probably a magazine. The end of a magazine is my guess. I can't see for sure, but I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure he had a firearm on him, so.
Okay, so calling your attention back to close proximity to officer's firearm. Can we agree that Mr. Carbo was in close proximity to the officer's firearm?
Like I've said, I'm sure he probably was. I'm sure he had a firearm on him. I'm sure he was very close. I'm sure the SIG is probably on the back of a magazine.
The next one is weapons available. Can we agree we've covered that one?
Yes, we spoke, the weapons available, if you're referencing the conversation we just had regarding the firearm.
Because he had during the struggle on the ground, there is access to the firearms that are contained on his vest and.
Sure, like I
and
said,
other
I'm sure he probably had one on him.
What about a stick? Would a stick be considered a weapon under some circumstances?
It could be.
I'll show you a series of photographs from the photograph. What's in Mr. Carbo's right hand as Officer McGowan initially grabs him with his left hand in this photo?
Yep, and so I referenced that in my report. I said as he was being brought to the ground, he had grabbed a hold of a stick or a piece of the brush in the area.
Mhm. Next photo, please. He had it all the way to the ground, right?
Yes, sir.
Still in his hand, we can agree we see in that photo.
Yes, sir.
Do you see what's happening with Officer McGowan's left hand in this photo?
I mean, I can see it. What do you,
He's
what do you
grabbing
asking?
the jacket of Mr. Carbo. Can we agree on that?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the phrase open-handed control technique?
I am.
Is it one of the appropriate uses of forces listed under the compliance techniques for somebody engaged in active resistance?
Yes, which is why you'll see I said I
And-
didn't have any concerns with the tackle.
And an open-handed control technique is what we see in this video, right?
Yes,
Can council clarify, are we talking about what we're seeing in this particular photo?
This is a photo from the video.
Okay, just want to
And
make
then
sure.
it's right, sorry. Sorry, my apologies. In this particular photo,
Next, is there a next one? Sure. Okay. You take that down. If we can get this back up, the the dashboard. Chief, we've now done officer assessment, we've done special circumstances. Let's now go to what Officer McGowan was trained he has available as appropriate uses of force. Okay, looking to the right side of the chart, you see the yellow that says compliance techniques, correct?
Yes,
And it lists aerosol spray, that's the OC we've been referencing, right?
correct.
Any training or experience you have about using OC in close physical combat with a person and whether it poses additional risk to an officer?
Are you asking if an officer can be impacted by OC? If they deploy it?
Yes, sure.
Yes, an officer can be impacted by OC if they deploy it. They can feel the effects.
fact-
That's why we practice
fact-
it. home.
And in fact, this officer told you that he has a particularly sensitive reaction to it. Isn't that true?
He brought that up in his interview, yes.
Yeah.
I think that's in
And-
my report.
And one of the factors you should consider in deploying OC is whether it would potentially incapacitate the officer as well, right?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
You also heard Mr. Carbo throughout the video say he has seizures and has trouble breathing, right?
Yes, he stated that, but I can't confirm whether any of that's accurate or not.
But is the medical state of a suspect relevant in the decision to deploy OC?
It can be,
Why?
because the OC could have an impact that could exacerbate or make a situation better, either way.
So earlier on direct examination, you were asked what options this officer had available to him as he was making initial physical contact, and you said OC spray. Do you agree that the circumstances here limited the effectiveness or the safety of deploying OC spray?
Which element are you asking? Because the officer was sensitive to it? If that would be why it would be limited?
If I've got to wrap us in totality of the circumstances language again, I'll do it. Given the totality of the circumstances that you now know, Chief, would it have been appropriate to deploy OC on a man saying he can't breathe, has seizures, and is in very close proximity to an officer who's physically engaged with him?
Again,
And who's sensitive?
it's a potential option available.
Mhm. What's the next option listed? Impact weapon. What's that? Is that a baton?
It can be.
And those are considered pretty serious to strike somebody with a baton. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not incorrect.
Because it can create substantial physical injury, right?
Sure.
And
Depends on where
then-
it gets strike, but yes.
sure. Well, what you've watched the video enough times to know that Officer McGowan's hands likely didn't have access to Mr. Carbo's legs at this time, right? He's straddling his torso was a phrase you used during direct examination,
Right.
or was used in the question that you responded to, right?
Yes. Yes. I
So he
wouldn't say
can't, for
he doesn't.
example, roll his baton on the suspect's shins to make him comply.
It would be difficult to roll on his shins. It's not a believer point. I'm not saying he doesn't have access to his legs because I think you could certainly get to his legs, but you couldn't do a shin roll. But
And would it be additionally hard to have made such an effort when, according to Mr. Carbo, he's kicking and flailing his legs?
that it would be more difficult to reach his legs if he was kicking and flailing. Yes, it would be potentially more difficult to reach his legs.
So the very next thing listed in that yellow box under selection information is empty-handed control hold. Didn't we just talk about that?
We did, yeah.
Isn't that what we see Officer McGowan doing when he grabs the jacket with his left hand?
Yes, on the initial contact, yes.
And the very next one is empty hand and body strikes, right?
Yes,
Empty hand means you don't have a weapon in your hands. Right?
yes,
And strike means punch, right?
yes, that's one element of the strike, yes.
So the punches that you found offensive, the empty-handed strikes that you say cross the line, are expressly listed on this dashboard as effective and appropriate tools under compliance techniques for an actively resistant suspect. Is that correct?
So it's difficult to answer the question because you're complicating two different elements. So at the time that he utilized the open-handed control element versus the punches and strikes to the head, those are two different use of force elements. So I can't answer those questions because you're complicating the two of them. So at the time that he made the open-handed contact with the empty hand and strikes, yes, I do agree. The physical strikes to the face, that's a different use of force. It's a different reassessment.
Chief, how much time passed between the open-handed physical control technique and the punches?
Have to pull the video, but not very much time.
Would you agree it's
30
less than a
seconds or
second,
less, let's
maybe
say.
2 seconds?
I'm sorry.
Would you agree that the French punch episode lasts from about second 54 to about minute 103 in that video in its runtime?
Please don't ask me 54 to 103. I can tell
Okay,
you it
so
was in
let
a
me ask
short
you
period
this.
of time. It was in a short period of time.
It was quick, right?
Yes, sir.
In the use of
I
force
can't-
training, I think they use the term split second decisions, right?
Yes, it was in a short period of time.
And you have highlighted during your direct examination that it was the failure of Officer McGowan to pause or otherwise suspend or reduce his force between strikes that was over the line, right?
Yes, for the subsequent
And-
subsequent strikes.
And one of the reasons you cited is his failure to use de-escalation techniques while the strikes were continuing, right?
Failure to reassess in
Yeah.
between.
And to be clear, the yelling the words stop and stop resisting are de-escalation techniques, right?
They can be. They're orders, they're instructions. Some people take those as de-escalation, some people take them as escalation.
Well, I'm not asking what people take them as. As officers, you're trained that is a de-escalation technique, right?
Right, so I said it can be.
Verbal commands are a de-escalation technique, right?
Like I said,
As
yes,
is officer
it is
presence.
a technique. I can't say if it's effective. You tell some people to calm down, they do. You tell other people to calm down and it ramps them up. But it is a technique. I just can't say whether you're asking me if it's effectiveness. I can't speak to that.
The strikes that you contend were not, there wasn't a period of observation between. At any point, do you see Mr. Carbo on the video after the first strike stop his resistance?
I can't say that I saw resistance, so I can't say that I saw a stop to it.
You saw his fist in Mr. McGowan's stomach, didn't you?
That is at a different point than the fist strikes to the face. So you're asking me if I can see that he was actively resisting. I can't tell if he's pushing him. You're asking me to assess what he's thinking, and I can't tell if he's trying to push him away. I can't tell if he's trying to get away. I can't tell if he's trying to strike him to hurt him. I can tell you that I saw repeated strikes to the face. I can't assess
And I'm
what he's
asking you,
doing.
having reviewed the video, what visible indication from Mr. Carbo could Officer McGowan have seen and concluded he no longer needed to use force?
You would experience that through through the physical contact with the person.
And if you're we don't feel it watching the video, right? It's only the person that's there, right?
Yes, sir.
And Officer McGowan told you he was feeling resistance in those moments, right?
He said that, yes, in his interview that
And he did,
he thought he was resisting.
And he actually told Mr. Carbo to stop resisting, and Mr. Carbo said, "I will not stop." Does that help you understand whether there was resistance in those moments?
He did say that, but I think it's important to continue the conversation because he said, "I will not stop." And then he talked about the woman.
And then he gave a reason, right? He gave the reason that woman beat the shit out of me, right?
Correct. Words to that effect.
I actually used a different expletive, but he used an expletive, right?
I know that he made reference to a woman hurting him. I don't recall what expletive
And it
was
was in direct
utilized.
response to Officer McGowan to tell him to stop resisting. Isn't that right?
That he what?
It was in direct response to Officer McGowan's verbal command to stop resisting.
He said it after he said that, yes.
So what do you observe, see, or infer from the video that Officer McGowan should have seen or observed and decided that he no longer needed to use force?
At that time, I would reference, and again, supported by the expert testimony or expert report, whatever we want to call that, that the position of power of straddling him, being on top of his person, that changes that scenario. Again, so that positioning changes someone's ability to take flight or someone's ability to access different elements. So the straddling position of Mr. McGowan over Mr. Carbo would be that contributing factor.
But we see on the camera that despite the straddle, he can't control Mr. McGowan's hands in total, correct?
Mr. McGowan said he didn't make an effort.
Whether he said it or not, you tell us that you based your review on the video footage. The video footage confirms that Mr. McGowan, that Mr. Carbo was struggling, right?
Point of clarification that the video footage is one element, but yes, the video footage is one element of the consideration, yes, and the interview as well.
And you never hear Mr. Carbo say, I will put my hands behind my back, or anything that could be interpreted thusly, right?
He does not make any of those statements.
No. He says he's worried about drowning in this backyard, right?
Yeah, he makes a reference to something to that effect, yes.
One of the things you mentioned was, this need to de-escalate after the deployment of force. And I mean, you're not contending that if someone's in combat in a physical resistance situation, that each and every physical instance requires a full pause and a verbal communication to assess further risk, are you?
So you've mentioned this twice. I want to keep going back that you have to reassess. De-escalation is part of that assessment. But again, I want to reiterate that I'm saying that after the use of force, you have to reassess as you employ additional to determine whether or not it's necessary or not. I'm not saying you have to de-escalate each time in between. You have to reassess what level of force is appropriate in between. And you've said that twice, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. And you've attributed that to me, and I've corrected you twice now on it. I have said you need to
appreciate your
reassess
clarity.
force.
So the 3 as described by him, or 5 as described by Sergeant Stewart, short distance, empty-handed strikes to the face. You agree with me that they were delivered without intervals between them. It was a rapid succession, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the first instance after which those blows were delivered, that Officer McGowan could have assessed whether he could reduce force was after the delivery of that flurry of empty-handed strikes, right?
No, sir, I disagree.
Well, the first strike wasn't effective in subduing Mr. Carbo, was it?
I
After the
can't make
first-
that assessment. Because here's the
You
thing. You're-
have made that assessment.
What
You
you're
have
telling
made that
me,
assessment, right?
you're telling me that because the 5 were in a row, I'm saying that there was a potential to assess whether you needed the 5. Like he might not have had to get to 2, 3, 4, or 5 if you'd assessed after 1. It might have been different.
Chief Frank, go to the yellow box and show me which one he should have used that wasn't that.
So
Should
again,
he have taken out his pepper spray?
are you asking if I was in this position, different techniques that I might have utilized?
Sure.
So I have been in physical altercations before where I have physically held somebody until a second person comes and responds, but did not make aggressive strikes towards their person. We do have.
Isn't that exactly what Officer McGowan did after the successive empty-handed strikes? That he held him with his arms, holding him down?
Yeah, after the successive strikes.
Right. And in fact, don't you see on the video when the gentleman says, "I can't breathe," Officer McGowan responds, "You can breathe, you're speaking." You remember that?
Yeah, I think recent court cases and incidents have addressed that statement.
Aside from that editorial, what's the answer to my question?
What is your question?
Didn't he in fact hold him after the flurry of strikes?
Yes, I already answered that.
Yeah. And when he held him after the flurry of strikes, was that a reduction in force used by Officer McGowan?
Yes, that at that moment there is a reduction in
So-
force. Yes.
In those seconds, he reduced force. The moment he realized, in those seconds, he reduced force, didn't he?
He reduced force after the strikes.
And then Mr. Carbo gave him some information about his physical condition, which is something that might be relevant, right?
Yes, he provided that information, and yes. it
Mr.
may
Carbo
be-
said, I can't breathe, and Officer McGowan repeated his training. Well, you're breathing, so you are able to breathe, right?
Yes,
You
I
saw
heard
that
that
in the
statement.
video. And then seconds later, Mr. Carbo starts to wheeze audibly. Do you hear that in the video?
Yes, sir.
And then Officer McGowan loosens his hold and begins to turn Mr. Carbo over, doesn't he?
He stated he turned him over.
And that happens in the moment after Mr. Carbo alleges he can't breathe based on the holds that Officer McGowan was deploying, right?
It is very close to that time frame. Yes.
So that was a further reduction in the amount of force he was using to accommodate a medical concern raised by the suspect in those moments. Am I wrong?
It was a reduction in force. You're making the assessment it was because of the medical. He didn't say that was why he did it. I can't speak to why Mr. McGowan did that. I just ask him when you talk to him why he did it. I can say it was a reduction of force. I just can't tell you why he did it. Like, you'd have to ask him.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. At this point, we are going to recess for lunch. We'll begin with redirect after lunch. So we'll do a half an hour, 30 minutes for lunch.
Thank you.
Mm.
Hey, Joe, it's Steve, returning your phone calls about 1 o'clock. I'm heading into a meeting at around 1:15, I think it is. I'll probably be tied up for the next 4 hours.
Steve, you're not
but,
muted. Steve, you're not muted.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, never mind.
I
Okay.
have to do.
Holiday play about fish. I will.
Is all about. I get it.
Okay, folks, we're gonna reconvene. Let's get the hearing, oh, we're missing council.
It was
Lost the council.
Yeah.
Always bad.
Hey, how you doing?
Has nothing to do with me. That's gotta be straight. Gotcha.
Okay, Lindsay is going to, we need to retake roll call to determine, council presence. So I'm gonna turn the floor over to Lindsay. For those that are online, just a reminder. When, if you're not talking, your camera should be off, during the hearing. Lindsay, I'm gonna turn it over to you at roll call.
Okay, for those of you online, please come on camera and say here, those present here. Bill Clements.
Here.
Butch Shaw,
Yes.
Steve Coop,
Here.
Glenn Boyd,
Here.
Wade Cochran. Wade Cochran. Justin Stedman.
Here.
Heather Sinkowitz.
Here.
Kim McManus,
Here.
Susanna Davis.
Here.
Mike O'Neill.
Here.
Tom Jeanette.
Here.
Mark Anderson.
Here.
Bob Stebbins.
Here.
Sadie Donovan,
Here.
Kelly Rapport,
Here.
and one more, Wade Cochran. We still have quorum without Wade.
Okay, quorum has been established. We will continue direct examination. I'll turn it over to Counselor Burkett.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chief. You still with us?
Yes, sir. My apologies. My microphone was muted.
Fine. And I would note that we just got a text message from Mr. Cochran that he indicates he's back. I don't know if.
He's back.
Sorry. Very good. Chief, I don't want to belabor, well, I'm gonna, because I'm a lawyer, but I don't want to belabor too much. The conversation you just had with my colleague, Mr. Milligan. But I do want to emphasize or ask you one thing about it. He took you through the dashboard. I'm not going to put it back up. He mentioned that Mr. Carbo had talked about undirected strikes and that there was close proximity to firearm and that Mr. Carbo discussed seizures. Would you agree with me that all of those things happened after Mr. McGowan pushed him to the ground and then struck him several times with a closed fist?
Yes, the statements that you just referenced happened after that fact.
And the other thing that I'm going to try really hard not to belabor, but I do want to bring up, is in your conversation with Mr. Milligan, you emphasized that officers in employing proper use of force have to be reassessing the circumstances as it's happening.
Yes, sir. That was the correct recounting of the conversation.
With the idea that, you know, the level of force or level of response an officer might need to use could change from moment to moment, depending on what they're seeing as subject.
Yes, sir.
But in between when he shoves him to the ground and when he assaults him with his fist, Mr. McGowan makes no reassessment, does he?
He stated he did not.
That's all I have for redirect.
Russ?
Thank you, no.
And we'll move into direct if you're next witness, Mr. Burkett.
I would like to thank and excuse Chief Frank so she can get back to the business of helping Florida.
By all means.
Thank you.
Excuse Chief.
And I'll call Chief Braden Vale of the Berry City Police Department.
Good afternoon. Can you please raise your right hand? You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to state your name and spell your last name, please.
Name is Braden Vale. Last name is V-A-I-L.
And Mr. Vale, are you employed?
Yeah.
And what capacity are you employed, sir?
Chief of Police for the Berry City Police Department
How long have you held that position?
since March of 2022. I have worked for Hardwick PD for 3 years, from 90 to 93, and 29 years for Hartford PD from 93 to 2022.
As the chief of police, do you oversee and review all standard operating procedures and policies for the Berry City Police Department? Do you approve them and then require your officers to review them and sign off that they reviewed them?
Yes,
Did you, when you became chief, review and approve a policy for Berry City Police Department in appropriate use of force?
yes, it was actually, while I was chief there, the use of force was a state mandated use of force, which is standard across the board for all agencies. We just put it into our format and rearrange some of the alphabetical things up front.
So the model, the statewide model use of force, your Berry City policy is substantially the same, if not the same.
Yes,
And did you require all officers to review and sign off on that use of force policy?
yes,
And was Mr. McGowan required to sign off on that policy?
yes,
And did he?
yes.
As chief, do you ensure that your officers stay current with their annual training requirements as well?
Yes.
How often are officers required to participate in use of force training?
Annually, as mandated by the Council of Rule 20.
Prior to December the 20th of 2024, was Mr. McGowan then an officer with Berry City Police Department current in his training regarding use of force?
Yes.
And what training program did Berry City Police Department use in the years 2023 and 2024, the 2 years prior to December 20th, 2024?
We had a instructor teach what is called Gracie survival tactics.
What is Gracie survival tactics?
It is based on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and it is a training that teaches leverage-based techniques and nonviolent control holds.
When you say nonviolent control holds, what do you mean?
It instructed individuals how to use their body weight to gain compliance over individuals and then put them in subsequent control holds.
Does it ever teach anything about empty-handed strikes, either open or closed fist? Does it mention those in its training as to whether or not it emphasizes, de-emphasizes?
I don't recall, but I know it does not teach those strikes.
Okay. And did every officer working for you participate in what I'll call GST in those years, 2023, 2024?
Yes,
Did Mr. McGowan participate in GST training in those 2 years?
yes,
Participate in the GST training those 2
I
years?
did.
Does GST also emphasize de-escalation
It
and
does.
using the least amount of force to neutralize the aggressor?
Yes,
As part of Mr. McGowan's training, did you send him to what is called CIT training?
I did.
What is CIT training?
CIT training is a training, crisis intervention training that is designed to focus on de-escalation and verbal communication to deal with folks in crisis.
And when would he have taken that CIT training?
March of 2023.
That's all the questions I have for you, Chief Bale. Mr. Milligan may have some questions.
Thank you for your time, Chief Bell. I don't have any questions for you.
Faster and easier than we thought. You're good.
Am I good for the day?
You're good.
Thank you.
With the chair's permission, I guess I should ask. And I would call Lieutenant Michael Ackerland of Colchester Police Department.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon. Could you state your full name and spell your last name for us, please?
Sure, my name is Michael Ackerland, Akerland.
And Mr. Ackerland may be obvious from the uniform, but are you presently employed?
Yes, I am.
And where are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with a lieutenant with the Colchester Police Department
How long have you been a full-time certified law enforcement officer?
since 1997.
And that's now what we call level 3 certification.
That's correct.
Okay. And have you been a full-time certified or level 3 certified law enforcement officer since that date of certification?
Yes.
And have you been employed as a police officer throughout that time?
Yes, I have.
I'd like to talk to you about your training experience with the area of use of force. Can you briefly outline your experience and training and education in the use of force technique? Go ahead.
Around 2000, I became certified as a Vermont Criminal Justice Council use of force and tactics instructor. At that point, I began teaching in-service training at my agency and assisting in the level 3 programs on and off around 2009. I became more involved with the level 3 basic academy programs, started teaching those in conjunction with the other instructors during the level 3 classes on a more regular basis, and then began assisting with instructor courses, instructor recertifications, those types of trainings as we went on. 2017, I was certified as a master instructor by the Safariland Training Group. At the time, it's now the Defense Technology Training Academy. They've changed owners a few times, but I'm a master instructor in that program and recognized as a master instructor by the Vermont Criminal Justice Council, which means I'm a instructor I can create instructor trainers who can then create instructors who can then create end users. So it's the highest certification level, education level to provide that programming to students.
Let me ask you, how many hours does it take to become just a use of force instructor, which you did back in the year 2000?
It's a 5-day, 40-hour course.
And does it come with a examination required that has a minimum test result before you can become a use of force instructor?
Yes, at the end of that week, there are several written tests that are taken in the various disciplines that we teach, as well as a proficiency skills examination.
And let me ask those same questions for master instructor certification. Does that have a number of hours of training that you're required to go through before you become a master's?
Yes, in order to get to that master instructor level, I had to progress through the instructor trainer level. At the time, it was called a senior instructor, which involved auditing instructor courses and helping as an assistant instructor during several of those, and then attending international conferences where I would train for a week with various master instructors from around the country and around the world to be vetted by them and receive that training, culminating with a week-long session at one of the conferences where I then tested in front of a panel at the end of that conference.
And does that have a minimum requirement in order to basically be accepted into the ranks of master instructor?
Yes, there is several requirements for years of experience, years of teaching. They want to see, numerous classes taught with other instructors and show you taking lead in those other classes and instructor classes.
And have you ever testified about use of force, either in a court setting or before a committee?
Yes, I have provided background information on our training programs at the Vermont Police Academy to legislative special committees in the past, investigating other instances around the state.
Ted Acklin, did I ask you to analyze the use of force by Officer McGowan against Brandon Carbo on December the 20th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. In performing that analysis, what documents, other physical evidence did you review, and in what order did you review it?
When that request was made, I was provided all of the information regarding that case that had been provided to the Academy. For that review, I began with the Internal Affairs Investigative Report authored by Chief Frank, and was also able to view the recorded interview with Officer McGowan that she wrote that report off of. I then reviewed the report by Detective Sergeant Decker from the Vermont State Police, and also was able to listen to the recorded interview he conducted with Mr. Carbo in regards to that same incident. Was provided with the use of force analysis report authored by training coordinator Nicholas Stewart at the Vermont Police Academy. Following that review of that incident, and also the body worn camera footage from Officer McGowan on the day of that incident. Those were reviewed in that order of the BWC footage in the last.
You mentioned this, you just emphasized you watched the body worn camera footage last. Why is it that you watched that last? Why not watch that first?
The footage only provides what you can see, that visual construct of the incident that happened in that short video footage there. It doesn't allow for any explanation of the officer's perception, any statements, anything like that. And from reviewing that video, it is difficult to see lots of things in that. At one point, the camera becomes dislodged from Officer McGowan's uniform, so it prevents some view of what is actually going on.
Did you form a conclusion based on your review of the documents you just described, the body worn cameras that you reviewed, and based on your years of expertise in use of force regarding Officer McGowan's actions on December 20th of 2024?
Yes, I do.
What is that conclusion?
My conclusion after reviewing all that material and reviewing the video of that was that the multiple in sequence strikes to the face of Mr. Carbo would be considered excessive based on our training program.
Can you explain why that is?
With the targeting of the frontal face and the head, those are generally considered to be higher level targeting areas based on our training. Fact that no verbal commands were given at the beginning of those strikes or in between any of the strikes led me to believe that there was no reassessment of what Mr. Carbo was doing in between any of those, and the 3 to 5 strikes were delivered in succession, one right after the other, without, if any commands had been given, without Mr. Carbo having a chance to comply with those.
You just mentioned target areas. Can we bring up exhibit 12? Say it's page 109. Start with.
Oh, 9?
Yeah. Also turn it. I think there's a on the right hand slide there's a Okay. So you just mentioned target areas. Is
Yes.
this I'm showing you what has been previously admitted as exhibit 12. Is this the training deck for use of force used at the Vermont Police Academy?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. Are officers trained on 3 levels of risk when it comes to target area for open-handed strikes as well as strikes with, say, an impact weapon like a baton?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and I have up the red target area. What is this?
So we typically teach this in reference to similar to what a traffic light would be like. So that red targeting area is going to be that tertiary targeting, your target of last resort, what we call that, where potential for injury or lasting injury or permanent injury is at the highest. So it gives examples of those areas that could be contacted at: neck, throat, solar plexus, spine, tailbone, kidneys, eyes, ears, and hollow behind ear and temple. Intentional strikes or repeated strikes could lead to serious injury or death. We often refer to that as a potentially lethal force type situation, striking those areas.
Okay. Even with just a fist?
Repeated strikes could cause some permanent lasting damage.
We go to page 110 then. This one says yellow. Can you tell us about this?
So yellow would be that secondary targeting area there where it may cause momentary dysfunction, but there's a higher risk of lasting injury to those areas without that body tissue protection to them. So more of the bonier areas or joints, collarbones, elbow joints, knee joints, frontal face, bridge of nose, upper lip and jaw, that entire area around the face, where it may not necessarily be a lethal force type situation or lead to a permanent injury, but it could cause a significant injury or a lasting injury.
We go to the next page. Okay. There we go. So this is the primary target area. This is the place where if you're going to use force, this would be where you start.
Yes, those green targeting areas would generally be our primary targeting areas. They're going to be those parts of the body that are protected by more muscle mass and body tissue. An injury to those areas is not going to cause any lasting or permanent damage or debilitating injury. It would be just mostly a momentary dysfunction or a small amount of pain compliance in order to gain some compliance, depending on what we're asking.
Then we go to the next page. Okay. And this is a diagram of those targeting areas that you just described?
That is correct. This is specific to empty hand strikes. This was modified off of the baton chart that's created by the ADNOC defensive tactics system. With those green areas being those primary targeting areas and yellow and red being secondary and tertiary areas.
Okay. So you observed the body worn camera and you also reviewed the interview of Mr. McGowan and Mr. Carbo, and you read the reports. Where did Mr. McGowan strike Mr. Carbo?
In that frontal face area, that yellow cone to bridging the red area around the front of the head.
So a secondary area.
At the very least, a secondary area, yes.
if not a high risk. And does that cause concern for you?
Yes,
At the time that he delivers those strikes, did he have access to Mr. Carbo's entire body as it lays supine in front of him?
I don't believe he had access to the entire body, but certainly the upper torso, arms and head.
So upper shoulders, sides here, ribbed areas that look like they're green. These would be these would be accessible to him.
Yes,
So if he needed to give distracting strikes, there were other areas that he could have struck at,
yes,
and he did.
that's correct.
And then the other thing you mentioned as you were discussing this is that his attacks, his fist strikes were rapid, and he did not seem to reassess between them. What is, as a use force instructor, what do you expect to see an officer do when they're using empty hand strikes?
As we're teaching this to newer students and they're learning about these, using empty hand strikes, they're used for either to gain compliance, in which case a command or an order needs to be given and that person needs to be given a chance to comply with that order, or those strikes can be used in purely a defensive manner, but each individual strike needs to be assessed for its effectiveness and determine whether or not it's working and gaining that safety or that compliance to that order.
In your review, did Mr. McGowan do that?
No.
We take exhibit 12 to page 3. This is the course philosophy for use of force.
Yes.
Checked through the least restrictive means. Is that one of the reasons why reassessment needs to happen between strikes?
Yes,
Because obviously, if one strike does it, you don't need to punch it 4 more times.
that's correct.
I want to bring up the use of force dashboard. Can we go to page 80 of exhibit 12? You're familiar with the use of force dashboard, I'm guessing, Lieutenant.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you've trained this, in fact,
Yes,
and trained on it.
yes.
If a person is attempting to evade a police officer, what would the assessment be as far as the level of resistance, for lack of a better word, sort of the left-hand side of that?
Yes, attempting to evade would fall into that active resistance category.
Okay. And on the right-hand side, it talks about officers, basically the officer's response. In that yellow category, it does allow for empty hand control holds, also as for empty hand strikes.
That's correct.
Yeah. So if he was actively resisting, training would suggest that he could employ strikes. So why then is it that these strikes are outside of policy and therefore excessive use of force?
Those strikes should be allowed, taking into consideration those targeting areas, making that primary targeting your goal to start there and trying to gain compliance with that. And it would also, empty hand and body strikes can also be striking to the body versus striking to the face or head. And reassessing after each individual strike. Each strike needs to be justified as a separate use of force, if you will.
As part of your review, did the record indicate whether or not Officer McGowan had other tools on his person, such as a baton, such as a taser, such as OC spray?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Could he have deployed those under this use of force dashboard assessment to a person who's actively resisting?
Yes.
Okay. And is it possible that those would have been less injurious to Mr. Carbo?
Yes.
Calls for speculation. Is it possible it would have been less injurious?
I'll withdraw the question and ask it a different way. If a person had utilized OC spray, would Mr. Carbo's mouth have been bloody and would he have had abrasions on his face?
Not likely.
Okay. If he had been tased, would he have a bloody mouth and abrasions on his face?
Not likely.
And if either of those things had been used at the time in which he deployed these open fist rapid strikes, would that have been a proper use of force in your opinion?
Yes,
Okay. Again, given the level of resistance you described.
yes.
Okay. In your experience, is even the threat of deploying OC spray or a taser sometimes sufficient to stop the resistance of certain subjects?
Oftentimes it has a deterrent effect.
And is it part of the training that in utilizing again that philosophy of least restrictive, least injurious, would that have been what you would have trained the person to do first before moving to something higher up on the list?
Yes, you utilize those tools that are available to you in the way you're trained.
I think that's all the questions I have for you, Lieutenant. Mr. Milligan may have some questions.
Hi, Lieutenant. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Good, thanks. Let's just start where you just ended. You were asked a few questions about whether under some circumstances it would have been preferable to use OC or TASE. So can we get into that a little bit? Sure. Is it significant to you that the proximity that you can witness on the video between Officer McGowan and Mr. Carbo, does that have significance on whether it would have been appropriate to use OC spray?
Yes, we recommend a minimum spray distance of 2 feet whenever OC is deployed, so it would have been at that limit, I think, at best.
Okay. Likewise, is there any wisdom about tasing somebody who you're engaged in physical grappling with?
Would have been difficult to get an effective probe spread, more likely than not with a taser at that range, but there's other techniques that can be utilized to accomplish that.
You're talking about a dry stun?
Yes.
So a dry stun, he could have tapped him in the chest and then tapped him in the leg and increased the arc.
Deployed probes and then, use the drive stun follow-up to increase that distance.
Would a drive stun have been less appropriate given if Mr. Carbo in the video revealed that Mr. Carbo was flailing his legs, for example?
Could have made it more difficult.
What about the significance if an officer learns that somebody they're trying to detain has seizures? Would that affect the appropriateness of deploying a taser?
Be a consideration.
Because the medical condition of the person they're trying to detain is a relevant assessment as to whether high voltage attachment is an appropriate way to subdue them, right?
Axon Industries does recommend that as a special consideration in deploying a taser.
Likewise, OC spray, if somebody says they're having a hard time breathing, you've been through this training many times. How many times you've been sprayed as part of the process? That's happened?
Yes.
Yeah. That makes it hard to breathe?
It can, yes.
OC, what is that? Do you remember how to pronounce that long word? Is it?
Oleoresin capsicum.
Yeah, thank you, because I couldn't have done it. But they call it pepper spray, right?
Correct.
Oftentimes it causes eye watering and coughing and a lot of other stuff, right?
Yes.
All things that you might generally attribute as something that has to do with respiratory condition.
Generally speaking, yes, it doesn't affect everyone the same way. So.
Sure. And would it be relevant to you if an officer had a particular sensitivity to OC spray, whether they would be required to add that to deploy OC spray, or whether that might make less sense in that circumstance?
Nobody likes OC spray, so I do understand that consideration, but it is also an effective tool for stopping a confrontation or limiting attacker's ability to keep fighting.
What's the reactionary gap?
Reactionary gap is that standoff distance we utilize, generally speaking, 4 to 6 feet away from somebody when we're interviewing or dealing with someone.
And can you teach me the significance of why it increases officer safety to keep that reactionary gap?
It allows for some reaction time should that subject decide that they want to assault you, counter you, try to reach in. It allows for that distance where that person is going to have to take a step, or you're at least out of their arm's reach, generally speaking.
And would you agree with me that As Officer McGowan approached Mr. Carbo, visible on the camera at least, in his first introduction when he first sees him, he's probably 4 to 6 feet away, right?
As they were both running, yes, Mr. Carbo was still fleeing and Officer McGowan was chasing them.
And Officer McGowan closed that reactionary gap, right?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say then that he entered a place where he was at increased risk?
Did so in an attempt to take Mr. Carbo into custody.
Right.
So yes, there is a point where that has to be accomplished.
Is there any significance to you? Well, I'll go back to that actually. Are you familiar with, I'm sure you are, you seem incredibly capable at the task you've been asked to come here for. Can you teach us about relative positioning?
Relative positioning in reference to positions around the body?
Yeah. What's the significance of a 90-degree angle as you approach a suspect?
Typically, when we teach, we train people that most people are oriented to those 90-degree angles, and that's going to be the positions that you try to stay away from. We would rather orient ourselves tactically to a 45-degree angle, either the forward 45s or the rear 45s being our position of advantage.
And is that 90-degree angle as you approach a suspect sometimes described as a kill zone?
Certainly straight on in that 0 position or that forward 90-degree position, yes.
And so if Mr. Carbo is at one end of a narrow corridor and Officer McGowan is at the other, you would agree with me that he can't select a 45.
If they were facing each other, that would be.
If Mr. Carbo pivots, then that changes his position, right?
Yes.
But the officer can't select that relative positioning given what he's doing, right?
Limited by his terrain and then fencing and housing and everything.
Only Mr. Carbo could control in this circumstance whether he was approached at a 45 or a 90.
I wouldn't agree with that. There's a point with that. You talked about the reactionary gap, that 4 to 6 foot distance, and yes, having to encroach upon that in order to take somebody into custody. It's not an all or nothing bet either, to where once you decide to do that, you have to stay there. There is always that possibility to disengage, reorient to that situation, create some more standoff distance to utilize those other tools that we have available to us.
Would it, one of the things we talk about with the reactionary gap is it allows you to have an interaction with the person that, and I think some of the phrases might be, the hand is quicker than the eye, right? And then it's not merely because he might try to harm Officer McGowan, but isn't it also because he might try to flee?
Yes.
Yeah. And is it relevant to the analysis if Mr. Carbo is a notorious fleeing criminal in this community?
I would say that has some relevance to it.
Would it be relevant if just 2 days prior, Officer McGowan tried to arrest him on a warrant and he fled on foot? I want to talk to you a little bit about what might compel somebody to not preserve that 4 to 6 feet and to enter that zone. Is risk to public safety something officers are supposed to consider when they make those decisions?
Yes.
And would you consider flight into an occupied home or presenting a risk to the public?
That was the circumstance, yes, I would.
Yeah. And you read in this case that Mr. Carbo fled into the occupied home at 24 Maple Avenue, right? And did you also read that 24 Maple Avenue is a notorious drug house? Yeah. Does your training or experience confirm that drug houses might often have access to weapons?
Yes.
And would that be something you would consider relevant to an officer's assessment of risk? Whether in the seconds prior they had access to weapons or could have? Likewise, if you were talking to, if you were discussing the relative risk of responding to a domestic call, have you any experience or training about the significance of whether officer safety is at an increased risk in responding to a domestic call?
Generally speaking, yes, I would agree with that.
What would you describe as the increased risk because of a domestic call?
Just the violent, agitated nature of the call and the parties involved in that, oftentimes located in someone's residence, so they have more familiarity with the area and what they have in there than you would as the officers responding.
You mentioned officers responding. What if it's just an officer? Is that a significant factor, the amount of officers that are involved in a physical
It
altercation?
does make a difference.
So if there's more than one officer, officer safety is deemed, presumed to be increased.
Yes.
And conversely, if there's an absence of other officers, that might rightly increase an officer's perception of risk of harm.
Sure.
What about the access to a radio? Do you have a radio on?
It's not up today.
Yeah,
no.
but would you often wear one
Yes.
right here? And it's right here, so you can quickly call for backup, right?
Correct.
If things escalate quickly. If that fell away from your body, is that something that would help? That would is that something you consider as you perceive risk and whether you're able to call for backup?
Yes, it would make it more difficult to summon backup at that point.
If you were yelling at the top of your voice, guys, I'm over here, come for help, and you didn't see officers, might you conclude that nobody was nearby to come?
I would object, false or speculation.
What's wrong? It's fair enough. In addition to the radio, what mechanisms does an officer have to alert other officers to his location and his need for help?
So they'd be calling out by voice, trying to locate those other officers so they can find you.
And if that was unsuccessful, what would you use?
At that point,
At that point, you're alone, aren't you?
for a few minutes, probably.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the successive strikes. I think everybody that's counted is counted differently. Is that inconsistent with your experience that everybody can sort of read the situation at slightly different levels?
No, that's consistent. Yeah.
Right. In fact, it sounds like you reviewed every document and your recall seems pretty high. You know that Officer McGowan said he thought he'd struck 3 times, right? And that Mr. Stewart thought he saw 5 strikes. Right? How many did you see?
In that 3 to 5 range.
Yeah. And you agree they were rapid in direct sequence. And as I understand the training and the appropriate use of force in your testimony, the appropriate thing would have been to do to stop between those strikes to observe whether he was compliant.
See if the strikes are having an effect.
And you saw the video where you can see him striking Mr. Carbo, right?
Yes.
Did you see any behavior by Mr. Carbo which indicated that they were effective and that he was surrendering?
I don't think there was time to see that behavior take place or that behavior change to take place.
It happened in a matter of like 6 or 8 seconds, right?
Yes.
That's this whole thing we're all here about, right? Those 6 or 8 seconds.
Yes.
And that's the 6 or 8 seconds that he was alone, right? And he was on the ground. Is there a phrase called being grounded?
Yes, there is.
What's being grounded mean?
Being grounded means being on the ground, tangled up with a suspect.
Does that have more risk or less risk than being on your feet?
That is a higher risk situation.
Why?
Limits your mobility, gives the person greater access to you. If you're in that close proximity, harder to create that standoff distance or that reactionary gap.
And so being grounded is an additional risk factor that might affect whether a situation is rapidly escalating.
Could be.
And the need for a rapid deployment of authorized open-handed or empty-handed strikes is needed, right?
It's an option.
Are there ever circumstances, according to your training and understanding, where an officer could use 2 consecutive uses of force without pausing between them and it would be appropriate?
Just specifically what you're looking for with that.
Well, I think we're here because it's been deemed offensive that there were 3 to 5 consecutive strikes. And I'm asking if you can educate us about what circumstances under which someone might be allowed to use successive strikes with no visible indication of surrender in between them without running afoul of use of force training.
I think if there was an assault happening upon that officer,
And
they're also being struck at the same time.
an assault happening at the same time would be that? Would undirected strikes be something you would consider an assault?
Potentially depends on where they were landing, what the
Would hands to the torso and the weapons region of an officer be considered an assault?
Could be that, it could be the person trying to push away, it could be the suspect trying to make space, get away or stop.
All of those
As an assault.
all of those might necessitate consecutive strikes without the pause and reflection.
In the absence of any verbal commands, it would be difficult to say whether or not that person was complying or whether they were still continuing to fight.
So it's significant if someone has given verbal. Need to cut you off.
No, or whether they were trying to get away. But yes, it would be significant to give commands at that point.
Yeah.
To give that person in.
And you saw the video.
Yes.
We would agree that, well, actually, even before that, before you saw the video in sequence, you read the reports, to include the report of Mr. Corporal Fry.
I did not see Corporal Fry's.
Okay. Did you read the Valcor printout by any chance?
The only Valcor printout I believe I had access to was from Sergeant Decker.
Okay, great. So you know that Mr. Carbo was engaged in flight before Officer McGowan arrived.
Yes.
And when Officer McGowan arrived, he was continuing that flight. That's called active resistance in your parlance, right?
Yes.
And Officer McGowan gave pursuit, right?
Yes.
And within seconds of entering pursuit, you hear him yell, "Stop." Isn't that right? And you hear him yell a second time as he's approaching the fence about at 31 Maple Street, right? And then as he turns the corner and spots Mr. Carbo again, oh, let's hold it there. What's the significance of him losing a visual on Mr. Carbo for a moment? Does that impact an officer's assessment of their safety?
Good.
You've heard the phrase laying in wait. Laying in wait is when someone maybe crouches behind an obstacle and has the ability to perceive somebody before they perceive them. Yeah. And you saw the video, right? At the end of that alleyway was Mr. Carbo crouched down behind the brush there, right?
To me, it looked like he had tripped or fallen going through that
I
brush.
think we might all agree. And would you also agree he was rising and trying to pull himself up
to his feet
as Officer McGowan got there? That he was, you wouldn't describe him as having kneeled and stayed that way, right?
I believe he fell. I don't believe.
Yeah. And so you don't believe he abandoned his flight?
I think he was attempting to get back to his feet to continue that.
To continue what?
The flight.
The flight.
Yes.
And as he turned the corner, he yelled stop again, didn't he?
I believe so.
And then as he actually arrives at Mr. Carbo's person, don't we hear him yelling stop and stop resisting?
I have to see the video.
Okay.
Actually.
What do you recall? Because again, you got good recall. What do you recall from watching that video as the verbal commands that happen as he's arriving at Mr. Carbo's person?
I recall hearing Officer McGowan yell stop several times as he was beginning his foot pursuit around the fence in between, I believe it was the fence in the building there, where the metal fencing and the brush was down, yelling for him to stop another time or two as he was approaching. And then it was either the shove or the tackle where they both ended up over the top of that pile of brush and fence onto the ground.
Sure. When you say the shove or the tackle and they both ended up, it's not visible from the camera whether Officer McGowan selected to mount on top of Mr. Carbo, or if he fell to that position. Is that true?
I would agree with that.
And you've seen the video. There's plenty of things to have tripped upon, right?
Yes.
And would you agree that a push or a shove is a forwarding of your upper body strength and momentum?
Yes.
So is it fair to think, or is it reasonable for you to surmise based on the video that a shove when your feet are in the bramble that we all saw tripped Mr. Carbo, that Officer McGowan fell too?
There's a chance that could have happened for sure.
So when he was being grounded, it is not apparent on the video that he selected that position, right? And instead he ends up in the position he's in, right?
Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the targets that you mentioned. There was a chart that showed us the yellow cone around the base, right?
Yes.
And I think your testimony was it was primarily in the yellow, but could have trended toward the red edges of that, right?
Yes.
You wouldn't contend that any of those strikes were clearly in the red, like the side of the head or the ear or the neck.
Did not appear to be.
Yeah. They appeared in the video to target the yellow.
That
Right.
frontal face area.
And can you bring up exhibit 12, slide 107, please, sir? I want to talk to you about some of the target considerations, particularly those last two, but if you want to talk about the top ones, that fairness would dictate that we do. But let's start with must target areas that are effective and available. Okay. Can we agree that during the 3 to 5 empty-handed strikes, Officer McGowan did not have access to easy access to Carbo's lower body?
Yes.
So the targets from which he could select were from the torso up, correct? And you pointed out during your direct that there are plenty of green regions right here, right? Would a suspect's use of their hands and I'm used to saying for the record and demonstrating what I do with my hands. I think I'm on video now, but for the record, I'm raising my hands up near my chest area. Would a target's or a suspect's movement of their hands in this area affect your assessment of whether that target area is available?
Good, but those arms and hands also become targets at that point. And those are all green areas that could be easily swept away or knocked away with strikes.
Sure. So he could have, a person could strike the hands, arms, or legs in that time, and perhaps that would render the person in a different position. Did you witness anything in the video that suggested that Mr. Carbo was surrendering after the strikes?
He was continuing to, his arms stayed up, and it was difficult to ascertain what his intention was with those.
So as much as there wasn't an assessment between the strikes, we do have a pretty clear understanding of what happened after the 35 strikes, right? Because it continued.
Yes.
And the resistance continued, right?
Again, his resistance could be, it was difficult to tell if he was attempting to get away or if he was attempting to stop getting hit.
Okay.
Trying to defend himself.
And if he were attempting to stop getting hit, would it be natural for him to put his hands in front of his face?
Sure.
Is that something officers are trained that might actually give them access to someone's hand to help them handcuff them? Yeah. So in fact, striking someone in the face may be an effective way to get them to produce their hands for handcuffing. Is that fair to say?
Stretch, but yes.
Okay. What about the notion that there could have been an assessment which would have resulted in a reduction in the use of force? We know that after the 3 to 5 strikes, Officer McGowan starts to do some hold stuff. I keep doing this with my hands. Did you see something like this with your hands where he's holding the arms? Is that a reduction in the use of force?
Actually could be, yeah, trying to go from striking techniques to grappling or restraint techniques.
What about his statements like stop resisting, get your hands off me? Are those verbal commands?
At that point they are. Yes.
Are those reductions in use of force?
They're tactics that we teach in order to hopefully reduce the amount of force necessary.
So if law enforcement officers are required to make continuous assessments and dial back the use of force as the circumstances dictate, would you agree that Officer McGowan did that in those moments?
Following those strikes, yes.
Yeah. So after the 6 seconds or so of the strikes, he immediately reassessed and dialed back the use of force, is your view?
Much as he could.
And he said to Mr. Carbo, stop resisting, right? And Mr. Carbo said, I will not stop, right? I mean, he added,
There was one statement.
And so, is the statement of a suspect that they're not interested in surrendering any indication of whether the resistance continued?
Yes.
It's an indication that the resistance is in fact continuing, right? So then you see Officer McGowan use additional forearm strikes, right? And he tries to roll him on his stomach. Right? So he turned the volume up a little bit on the force again, correct? Until he gets the cuffs on, right? Once the cuffs are on, there's no strikes, right?
Correct.
Within seconds, you hear him get his microphone, right? And he doesn't say, I need backup. What is the first thing he says? Would it surprise you to learn the first thing he says is, I'm gonna need medical? It wasn't for him, was it? It was for Mr. Carbo most likely because he had bloody lip? Is that significant in your assessment of whether he acted appropriately in those seconds too?
That is an appropriate reaction. Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes. We go to page 115, exhibit 12, please. In the video, at one point, did you observe Mr. McGowan to have Mr. Carbo in a lock on his side?
Yes.
And did it look like at that point he had a stable hold and control over Mr. Carbo?
For a few seconds in that, yes, he maintains control.
And this is when this back and forth happens of you're assaulting me, and I'm having difficulty breathing. Well, you're talking, so you're breathing, and that's when he, and after that, Mr. McGowan makes the choice to put him on his stomach. I put this up here. Is that a concern, putting somebody on their stomach?
It could be, but in order to get into a handcuffing position, that would be really
Okay. When Officer McGowan rolled out, he rolled out with two other officers who were in the area, and he was aware of that, right?
I believe so.
He had a stable control, and he's shouting for the other officers. And the entire length of the video is a little over 8 minutes, and that's including him talking with the neighbors. That's including walking him to the cruiser, putting him in the backseat of the cruiser. So he doesn't have to hold him for very long, right?
Yes.
So he could have held him in that lock.
Yes, you could have held him there.
But getting back to what really we're here about, the successive strikes, he shoves him to the ground. And now Mr. Carbo is on the ground. And you have not just the video, but the entirety of the IA report. So you know that Mr. McGowan reported that he was standing above, straddling the lower torso or the lower portion of the body of Mr. Carbo. So he's on his feet. And would you agree that's a superior position to be in?
Yes.
So he's not grounded, as was described by Mr. Milligan, by his own words, right?
Yes, he was able to get back to his feet and that changes that position.
So he wasn't limited in his mobility as far as what happens next.
Yes.
And you mentioned fairly significantly, I thought, when you were speaking with Mr. Milligan, that there was an absence of verbal commands. Would you agree with me that there was no commands in between the time that he shoves Mr. Carbo to the ground and when he essentially leaps on him and hits him 3, 4, 5 times in the face and in the jaw?
Yes, I did not hear that still.
Okay. And I noticed, can we go to page 112 again? I want to say it's 112. There we go. The back of the head is a red zone.
Yes, it is.
And did you observe in the video that at the very least one of those strikes was to the back of Mr. Carbo's head at a time when he was saying, "Stop fighting me, stop resisting"? This is after the body cam is popped off and is lying in the snow, and you're seeing Mr. Carbo's face and the blood in his jaw. Don't we observe Mr. McGowan to give him the old forearm to the back of the head?
There was a forearm strike. It was difficult to see where that landed at that point.
But at that point, Mr. Carbo's head was away from him. So it would be the back of the head, back of the neck, one of those areas.
Most likely.
All of that's red.
Yes.
All of that's problematic. Now, Mr. Milligan talked to you about a number of things. The fact that there was a drug house that Mr. Carbo ran through, and that those can have heightened security concerns regarding things like there are weapons sometimes in drug houses. He talked about the fact that there was a trespass now because he ran through an occupied house, that the initial call was a domestic call and that those have a specific risk factor or risk concern for officer safety. You had all of that information when you did your analysis, is that right?
Yes.
And you've heard it again here today. Do you still maintain the conclusion that what you observed in that video, what was reported to you, these closed fist strikes to Mr. Carbo was still an excessive use of force?
Yes, under those circumstances at that time, those strikes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions about this conversation about Officer McGowan being standing and in a superior position. You don't see that on the video, do you?
Difficult to tell on the video if he was standing or kneeling.
You see Officer McGowan in that initial shove, you can see his left hand grasping the jacket of Mr. Carbo, is that right?
Yes.
And you can see that all the way until you see Officer McGowan's left hand in the snow next to Mr. Carbo's head, right?
I believe so.
So isn't it fair to infer that he was not standing over Mr. Carbo after the initial push, but went to the ground with him?
Or he could have still been on his feet and had that arm outstretched in front of him.
So is that a position of vulnerability? I'm picturing it, the twister version of that, but you're pretty out there, right?
I understand what you're saying, but yeah, still being on his feet above someone is,
Is
if that's the
something-
case, it's more of an advantage than
Yeah.
being.
But the strikes didn't happen while he was on his feet. The strike happened when he was on the ground with him, right?
I believe so.
One of the questions I have for you is about this, the testimony about the announcements of the verbal commands during the strikes. Isn't that the moment that the camera detaches and you hear a lot of scraping and rumbling? Can we pull up the exhibit?
Yeah, I'd have to watch the video again to see.
You want to play the entirety? Or
If you can start it at, well, I don't know what the numbering, the playtime convention here is. If you can start it at 56 seconds, please. 54 seconds.
right here?
Yeah, that'd be great. Here, stop it. You hear him, stop, please. You hear him yell, "Stop and get your hands off me," while those strikes are being delivered, don't you?
I heard somebody say, "Get your hands off me." It was difficult to tell who that was.
Yeah. If it was Mr. McGowan, those are verbal commands, right?
Yes, it was.
And during the strikes that you're talking about.
If that-
Can you bring it back to 56 seconds?
Yep.
Play again, please.
Do you want to play it at a slower speed or do
Oh, say that again.
you want to play it at a slower speed?
If you think, yeah, let's try. Stop. Did we just hear the word stop just now too?
Maybe that's what-
And that's in the microsecond before the physical contact, right? I mean, that just happened. Hit play. Pause. We just heard words again, right? Wasn't that stop? It is. So we can't exclude the possibility that throughout these strikes, Officer McGowan was saying stop. Is that fair?
Difficult to tell who was saying what.
Yeah. Hit play, please. Get your hands off me. Oh. And then you heard Mr. Carbo say something in a very different sounding voice, didn't you?
That's who that was, yes.
Yeah. So the voice just before it, which was distinct, was likely to be the only other person there. It's Officer McGowan, right?
Yes.
So in between those strikes, we can hear him say, "Stop resisting," don't we? Can you go back to 59 seconds? Play. Twice, here, right? Those are verbal commands, aren't they?
Would be,
They're between the strikes, aren't they?
they're as he's striking.
Okay. Those are, and verbal commands are de-escalation?
I understand that verbal commands are de-escalation, correct, but there was no. It does not appear there was any attempt given for Mr. Carbo to comply with those when the strikes are being delivered one after another.
I don't think anybody could dispute that there isn't a time given, but do you see Mr. Carbo surrendering in that video? In those
He had a chance.
seconds, yeah. Okay. But he didn't afterwards either,
He
right?
did not
Okay. And he said he wouldn't after.
afterwards.
So are there any inferences that would be reasonable to draw about whether he would have stopped in those seconds between the punches?
So,
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Are there any questions from council members?
I guess, is Gracie, an approved training curriculum for Big Gal? It is not taught at the academy, and it is not, individual agencies can use that program in their training. But in order to meet the state requirement for the 4 hours of use of force training, I said, no, it does have BCJC program.
Any others? No further question and plaintiff is resting.
Just want to follow up on that. You're saying the Gracie survival tactics, I believe that was the name of the course. That's an approved curriculum from the Criminal Justice Council. What is your understanding of the standard for annual use of force certification training?
That the annual 4 hours annual use of force certification training has to be provided by a BCJC instructor. Has to be training out of the BCJC curriculum. It's what we teach in the level 3 and level 2 class. Gracie program, if an agency wants to utilize that training, it is in addition to 4 hours of mandatory training that you're required to have every year.
So in theory, I could train my deputies on Muay Thai, karate, in addition to those 4 hours.
Sure. As long as it's within the state policy and meets that requirement.
Thank you.
That inspired me to have one quick question. So if somebody only received Gracie training in the year prior to this incident, would they have received the training required by the state? And if that happened the 2 years prior to this incident, would they have been 2 years without a BCJC approved training offered by their department?
Eventually.
Thank you.
One more follow-up?
Yes.
Are you, my understanding is the council's rules changed in 2024. Are you able to speak on whether the 2018 rules or 2024 rules were in effect and what training was in effect in 2024 as a requirement for law enforcement certification?
But anything on that?
Further. Step B, the respondents.
All right.
Okay.
Detective Sergeant Decker is in my.
Excuse.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for the council, not for attorneys.
Yes, sir.
Would it be appropriate to go to executive session to have a discussion before proceeding to this case? So,
Not sure what you can make that motion. And
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion pursuant to 1 VSA 313. That premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage regarding a pending civil litigation or prosecution which the public body is or may be party to, and confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services for the body, i.e.
motion.
That is the motion.
I would second the motion.
Okay. Second. I didn't catch all of it.
I can provide it in writing because I took it right out of statute.
Okay, you took it out of statute. What does it mean?
Executive session.
Executive session?
It's the grounds for
Okay.
executive session of the statute.
I can't memorize it. I call it executive session. Okay, the council then will vote in public on whether to go to executive session. Lindsay, we're gonna have to do that. Roll call, count on that, please. I'll vote soon to the ceremony if I will.
Then we'll do last. Okay, Butch Shaw,
Yes.
Steve Coop,
Yes.
Glenn Boyd,
Yes.
Wade Cochran,
Yes.
Heather Sankovitz,
Yes.
Kim McManus,
Yes.
Susanna David,
Yes.
Justin Stebbins,
Yes.
Mike O'Neill,
Yes.
Tom Jeanette,
Yes.
Mark Anderson,
Yes.
Bob Stebbins,
Yes.
Sadie Donovan,
Yes.
Kelly LaFour,
Yes.
You have everybody?
that was everything.
That was that, okay, the motion passes unanimously. We'll move into executive session. Those that are not part of the council will need to vacate the room, please.
Mayor,
I'm Allison.
I stepped out of the room. Was anyone invited in?
That's a lot.
That's great. I love that. That's amazing.
Yeah, I was, this one.
Like I said, this. No, that's fine. No, that's true. But still.
Yeah, cool.
Still represented.
There we go.
It's our case.
Yeah, I know.
Which is funny because like my actual office computer. See, they have to use this to connect to. So they can still use this computer, but the Microsoft. Austin, can we put the chat away? Okay. It's okay.
Yeah, we're gonna do a roll call. Get her list.
Oh, and my list is.
Hey, Lindsay, I'll turn the floor over to you for the roll call to resume the session.
Okay. Butch Shaw.
Here.
Steve Coop,
Here.
Glenn Boyd. Wade Cochran. He's still on the other line. Okay. Justin Steadman.
Here.
Heather Sinkowitz.
Here.
Kim McManus.
Here.
Donna Davis.
Here.
Mike O'Neill.
Here.
Tom Jeanette.
Here.
Mark Anderson.
Here.
Bob Stebbins.
Here.
Sadie Donovan.
Here.
Kathy Lepore.
Here.
Wade Cochran.
Here.
Glenn Boyd. Did he ever show up for executive?
Here.
Oh,
He's here.
thank you.
Okay. The roll has been completed. We are back in session.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
the council having considered the testimony and evidence admitted in the totality of the circumstances, I do not believe the council can conclude that Officer McGowan's use of force is objectively reasonable, and therefore I make a motion to dismiss the charges of category B on professional conduct.
Do I have a second? Second by Colonel Steadman. Discussion by the council in public. Hearing none, I'll call for the roll call vote, please.
Butch Shaw.
Yes.
Steve Coop,
Yes.
Glenn Boyd,
Yes.
Wade Cochran,
Yes.
Justin Steadman,
Yes.
Heather Sinkowitz.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
You
could you
didn't hear
repeat?
that?
Yes.
Kim McManus,
Yes.
Susanna Davis,
Yes.
Mike O'Neill,
Yes.
Tom Jeanette,
Yes.
Mark Anderson,
Yes.
Bob Stebbins,
Yes.
Sadie Donovan,
Yes.
Kelly Lepore.
Yes.
Okay, the motion, any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. The charges are dismissed and the case is closed. No further, any further adjustments to the agenda for today. That was our major agenda item.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, seconded by Colonel Steadman. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. This hearing is now adjourned.